No, takže zvykli sme sa na našeho pána Škajkoša, zatiaľ tu stále sedí, stále to robí naše servátky. Počujeme ho, práve si odgrgol. Skontrolujeme zvukovú stopu, či všetko sedí. V podstate ideme zobrať nápojku. No, takže zvykli sme sa na našeho pána Škajkoša, zatiaľ tu stále sedí, stále to robí naše servátky. Počujeme ho, práve si odgrgol. Dobre. Ideme si zobrať zelenú a dáme červenú dnu, dobre? A dáme si studeného držgroša, dobre? Studeného držgroša, studeného držgyho. Tento asi ďalšie video nelízne. Nech ma to pripomína tohto čpáka. Prišlo rokovanie vlády? Prišiel točiť fragy? Dobre. Budeme to rozprúdiť, dobre? Keď nejaké pikošky, zapamätajte si, dobre? Poď sem, pravda, grgoč. Poď ideme. No poď. Neboj sa toho. Poď, dáme ti trošku servátky, trošku orechov. Zobral si trochu servátky, zobral si trochu orechov. Pripomíname sa na futbalovom manažéra, tento rok to rozprúdime. Cieľ futbalovom manažérovi s Petržalkou, poviem to inak, cieľ vyhrať so slovenským klubom, cieľ vyhrať s Petržalkou Ligu majstrov. Ak sa nám to podarí, cieľ je splnený. Cieľ bude s Petržalkou samozrejme vyhrať Ligu majstrov, čiže cieľ bude s Petržalkou byť jeden zo 100 klubov. Uvidíme, ako sa nám bude, aký silný klub sme dokážeme z Petržalky vypančovať. Ale keďže ja viem ako na to, myslím si, že za tie roky som to nezabudol. Konec koncov manažera som točil od roku 2003. Od roku 2003-2004 som točil manažéra, dlhé roky som ho odsypal, takže mali by sme mať niečo v sebe. Samozrejme ukážeme si nápojku. Je to provizorná nápojka, je to naše sústo, náš pervitín, Super Dry, Nitro, klasická petolízačka, klasický gargamel, pol-litrový súdok, pol-litrová makarónka, dáme si do nosa a dobre bude. Pol-litrová makarónka, pol-litrové nitro, jeden z klasických pervitínov. Dosť sme tohto prevítali. Stojí držgroš je za nami, stojí držgroš. Ešte sme mokrí, ale to vždy býva po strednom držgrošovi. Všetko záleží na tom, akých kvalitných Afričanov sa podarí zohnať.
The master of none. Yeah, he's got lots of 7s, 8s, 9s and 10s and not a lot else. But you know what? For a centre midfielder who needs to do everything, that's fine. Now, last episode we lost 4-1. Since then, we've not lost a game. Saying that, just because we've not lost in our last 3 doesn't mean we've been good. Rushden and Diamonds down in the relegation zone drew with us 4-4. They got an equaliser in the 87th minute. To be fair, this was a game where we rode at our luck a little bit. You'll notice that at this point, lots of the new players hadn't really come in. I gave Tyler Forbes a start. He got a 6.5 rating. It's a minor cause for concern. After that, though, an emphatic win. David Kolodinsky, take a bow, my son. He picked up a hat-trick in this game as we won 5-1. Goals have been hard to come by, but it was nice to see players like Azam running down the wing, playing it inside, and then Jackson Davis capping off the move. In fact, Jackson Davis, the former Forest youngster, in this game would grab 2 of his own. Hilton as well, doing his job, the new centre-mid playing it forward. And to be frank, we actually look remarkably competent in this game. It's a shame we couldn't keep a clean sheet. We conceded in the last minute, but we actually scored 5 goals, which we scored 4 the previous game and didn't win. Turns out the golden amount of goals we need to win football matches here at Rugby Town is 5. Yeah, that was a good finish by Jackson Davis in the 5th. Most recently, we took on Anstey Nomads. They are up in the playoffs, up in 5th. So actually, 2-2, not a terrible result. We got a late goal through Callum Gillen that pulled us level. Shout out to him. Off the bench on his debut, he starts our first game today. Like I mentioned, we did dip our toes into the relegation zone. We now find ourselves 1 point ahead of it. I promised the board a top half finish. To do that, we need to overturn an 8-point deficit on the likes of Cambridge City in the next 12 games, which does feel slightly unlikely. Now, you might have actually noticed, looking at the recent games, there has been a minor formation change, and that formation change is this. I call it the anchor. We had an issue. The 3 strikers were a little bit isolated, but I didn't really have a midfielder who could, stitch the lines together. Hilton has come in and been that man for us. He has no concept of defensive midfielder. I am training him to play there so that we may be able to use him there down the line. I've actually been deploying him as an advanced playmaker, which, don't get me wrong, he's not great at it, but he's as good at it as any other role. And so far, he has gotten an assist and played okay in this position. The former Lincoln City man, a player who I'm hoping is going to be the link-up player. We've scored loads of goals as of late. 2 goals in the most recent game, 5 goals before that, 4 goals before that. The goals are starting to flow. Now we just need to sort of things up defensively. Speaking of which, of course, we've got Cartwright at the back, been battering ram. We've got Mendes, who, of course, is another new addition. In between them, the assistant manager and Liam Francis wasn't on a deal. He is now. He's agreed to sign for £20 a week for the love of the club. I love Liam. A little bit of news. Left back injury. James Dutton is injured. Who is our left back? We'll admit it, right now Dan Summerfield probably would be a useful player to have around, but we don't have him, and with that in mind, we're going with my favourite player in the world, Edwin. Edwin with the last name that I'm scared to say correctly, so we just call him Edwin. He's not the most exciting of options. He can play striker, he can play right mid, and left back. Yeah, it's a weird mix of positions, I will admit. Elsewhere, David Kolodinski, he's been at the club since he's 14. He's up top alongside Jackson Davis, who did pick up a few goals recently. In fact, when you look at it down here, 3 goals in 4 games is absolutely fine for him. And our opposition today are Bedford. I've been told it's actually said better, but that doesn't sound correct. Okay, look, the YouTube comment section could be lying to me, it could be better. I'm going to say Bedford because it's got a W in it. And like I mentioned, we have got this fierce local rivalry with them. They are in the hunt right now, the automatic promotion spot at the top of the table. We can mug them here, but before we take them on, we need to do an away game. We're going to the Oval, not the cricket ground. They're close to £3,000. Now, I have no idea where Bedworth is, but logically, if there are fierce local rivals, it can't be that far away, can it? It's probably on my screen here, and I'll just look up. Ladies and gentlemen, I found them. They're north of Coventry. They're not Bedworth, just north of the M6. So just got 30 big balls over here. We're going to put them in their place. But not before I review their stadium. I'm looking for a square bit of grass, assuming that that will be the stadium. I assume this is it here. Is this the Oval? Is this the Oval? I mean, it looks like it once upon a time could have been an Oval shape. I'm going to say yes. First things first, quite nicely, location, car park, pathetic. Got nothing on Walsall Road. They've got a playground next door that looks like it's made of sand, cricket club, tennis clubs. I mean, this all looks very nice. What can you show me on Street View? Okay, we've got some options. Okay, this is the entrance to the football club. There's no KFC inside. KFC fans out there. If we go down this road, we can enjoy the stadium. This is not October this year. This is very, very recent footage. Here is the stadium. Yeah, I guess they have this barrier, so you can't just watch the game for free from the outside. I sensible. Oh, I managed to break into the stadium. Apparently in 2011 there was no door here, so we can get a... Oh, okay, give me a moment. I'm never going to find that same spot am I ever again. How did I get to that previous spot? I managed it. Here's the stadium as it was in 2011, before they put up the barrier and stopped people watching for free, before they got big time over in Bedworth. I have to say, quite a nice thing. I guess there was some particularly offensive messaging here from the Bedworth because, yeah, people just blurred out half the pitch. I'll tell you what, I feel sorry for the Street View ban. It's been here in 2023, 2017, 2011. Here it is, midway through the transformation. They put up the fence. Can I view the stadium from anywhere else? The answer is not really. How does the cricket club car park look? Is this, I mean, I feel like the better car parking than the actual stadium for the cricket club. If you go to Bedworth, just put it clear. Hope it doesn't come across as me being rude, but compared to the last away day, this is pathetic, isn't it? I mean, don't get me wrong, lovely leafy stadium. Adequate car parking, I suppose, but no KFC. Cannot compare to the previous one, and I don't know the barriers they put to stop me being able to view the pitch. I hope it goes against them. They're local rivals. 3 out of 10. That is a biased rating. Now I've been slating our local rivals. Let's get into the game today. Hopefully we can get a good result. I think it's Lee in the middle here who's not picking up his man. The Bermudan international, he looks like he's lost in a triangle as he's trying to win. Now that is shocking. But we're not going to get rocked straight away. We concede goals. That's what we do. But we also score goals. Teams cannot shut down our strike force. We're going to show it here. Gillen, Azam, he's ghosting inside the right back. He could go on his own. He hits the crossbar and it settles on the roof of the net. We've got a corner. Where is Jake Cartwright? Look for the pylon of that post. Where is he? Jake! There he is. Jake! Okay, he's not with it. I'd really big that up there. Let's look at the positives. We're almost at half time. It's only 1-0. I've signed a new centre-back thinking we're going to be really good now. Look like we're going to concede every time they get a corner. Not what we want to see, but at least on this occasion, the new goalkeeper in Ovendale has actually made a stop. I mean, he has got to prove himself. The goal... Oh. Jake Cartwright, who can head a ball, he can't pass a football. You've probably seen the thumbnail for this video already. I made it before I recorded this video. I didn't know he was going to do this. It couldn't go worse for him. Half time, 2-0 down. I mean, besides the whole shooting ourselves in the foot thing, we actually had a pretty good half. I'm going to throw a water ball. I hope that isn't... Oh, God, I shouldn't have thrown a water ball. I was about to say, I hope that's not a bad idea. I just feel like we can do more here. We can be better. Look at that. I've saved it. Only Evan in goal is upset, and he's furious. I'm fine with the goalkeeper. Oh, God, they're on the attack again. O'Connor, there's options in the middle. Agunda, inside. O'Connor, don't do it. This is great tackling. Now can we break? The answer is no. Although Starlight has now actually won a header. That's what I've brought him in to do. Sadly, we can't now get the ball forward. Although, Azam's won it, and now Gillen lead. Let's make something happen. Hilton plays it forward. Jackson Dennis. I've called him Dennis. It's Jackson Davis. I'll learn his name eventually. It's 2-1. We're back in it. I mean, no wonder the players aren't playing well. I forget all their names. I just say that. I was calling out right back to Kazan last episode. I'm now calling Jackson Davis Dennis. I'm going to make a change it. David, it's nothing personal, but I'm bringing in Rio. His name is Rio, and he's going to score a goal, I hope. I don't know what just happened there. Elsewhere, Edwin's not played well. You know what, B? I said there was a problem if you're coming on. You're coming on here. Good luck, son. If nothing else, we've been quite competitive in this game. It's 1-1 if you ignore the goal that we gave them, which was very charitable of us, if not quite what we needed to do. There's 25 minutes left. We've got more and more strikers on the pitch. I'm going to ask our players to go more direct here, I think, to get a goal. We've got 20 minutes to try and make it happen. Callum Gillen, you know, he's injured. It's his first ever start for the club. Tyler Forbes is on the bench today. Tyler, come on down, son. 10 minutes left. It's still 2-1 to them. I feel like I've got to do some more attacking stuff here. Although we're already quite an attacking team, aren't we, when you look at how we're set up. But we can get more attacking. B, attack. Azam, attack. Elsewhere, in possession. No more looking for overlap. We want to get the ball quickly. In transition, distribute over the defence. Just kick it long. In possession, play through the middle, hit early crosses. Get it to the big man. Okay, 5 minutes left. Bedworth with a throw-in on the far side. I'm hoping that injury isn't too serious, otherwise that is going to be a bit of a problem with our striking options. I mean, good news. Transfer window's still open. We could sign a few more strikers. I've only signed 4 so far. We've only scored 1 goal in this game. But that could change here. Or we could just concede another. They're on the attack again. We put in half a block, but it's not away. Molyneux now with the ball for them. He lays it back to Cops in the wide area. The right back, the number 2. Can we stop him getting the ball in? We can. And now we look to break. Hilton. Where's Tyler? Tyler's there, lurking. The number 18. McAvoy. Back to Francis. Lee. Look at this. Forbes. Tyler. Pulls the trigger. Hits the crossbar. It was meant to be. There's another highlight. The goal kick is all about highlight. We're getting momentum. The wind is in our sails. I can feel it. The tides are turning here at rugby. Jackson Davis takes down the ball, then loses it. But we've still got it forward. Cartwright doing what he does at Stoke. Launches it forward. Jackson Davis scores. It's offside. I've seen the flag in the bottom right corner. It's still 2-1. You know what? The thing about the non-leagues, don't have to worry about VAR. I'm using the non-leagues. I actually think 2-1's quite a good result there, considering we're playing the team in second. Unfortunately, we've not worked. We've got a team more boxing in our next game. I'm just getting in my head. Things have gone from bad to worse. We're in the relegation zone. England could be Town in this next game. Callum's out for 3 weeks. Okay, we take on the team who are fucking we're doing that game today. I'll join you in a moment. Now, you might suspect that we're not working in this game. I'd sign a load of you guys now to take on this team that's bottom, but I'm not going to put it just yet. We've just lost 2 points to sat top of the league. A team who have only lost 5 games all year. Against Anstey Nomads, we drew in the game prior to that. They're up in 4th. Coleshill Town, who we take on today, are 10 points behind us. If we look at the teams 10 points ahead of us, those teams are as high as 7. So, I know that there's points available. I know that we can get results, but ultimately, this does feel rather pivotal. If we don't win this game at home, we are in trouble. Now, unfortunately, Gillen is still out for this game, so McEnroy is going to come in to play as centre attacking striker. No, he's playing as a striker. Either side of him, though, you might notice some changes. We were previously playing an advanced forward in the middle. Decided to change that up, actually play with a pressing forward in the middle and 2 advanced forwards either side. Jackson Davis, I feel like he's a really good advanced forward. I feel like David comes into a similar mould where perhaps doesn't have the work rate and the well-roundedness to play as a pressing forward. And I do look at Rio here and think, actually, as a pressing forward, you're already made for this. So I'm going to think he can do the job of 2 men in the middle. We are in the relegation zone. We need to get some results. We really need to get something out of this game here. Just as a reminder, I don't have the league below the one that we're currently in available to play in this season. If we get relegated, I will be sacked. And whilst there are games to turn things around, there is no better game than this one against the team who are bottom to try and turn it around. Azam, throw in, near side. Let's make something happen immediately. Let's have a nice chilled out game where the goals flow and we just have good vibes. Late has the ball for them, bringing it forward, looking up ahead of him. Molesworth is there. The number 9 takes it in his stride, pulls the trigger, also pulls it wide. That is a concerning first highlight. Evans with the ball at right back. Stepping forward with it. They are playing a 4-4-2. We are going to be affording their wide fullbacks a bit of space, but if we can catch them out of position with our strikers forward, I feel like there's an opportunity to make something happen. Unfortunately, we might also need to do some defending. Francis with a nice header. Now Hilton playing it towards McAvoy, because he is that lone pressing forward. He will drop a little bit more in that role. Lays it wide to David, back with the Irish player. Lays it to Hilton, and that is a thunderbolt into the bottom corner. The man who inspired the change in formation to include a centre mid, mostly because he can't play as a defensive mid, has come up trumps. The number 7 lurking at the edge, pulls the trigger, bang. If I'm not mistaken, that is his first ever career goal. Started his career at Lincoln, never got a goal there. He scored for Rugby on his, well, I was going to say his debut. It's his 3rd game. Okay, we need to do some defending now. Late to Dainty. Lays it inside to Willis. They were looking good before we scored. They're looking good here. They've hit the woodwork. Oh my word. Get it away from danger. Set piece for us here. Lee. Where is Jakey Cartwright? Look for Cartwright. He is the big meaty man that we're going to be aiming for. Pretty much all of our set pieces. Lee over the ball there. What can he do? Plays it forward to the one and only is Edwin. Into the middle, and Rio scores. It's 2-0. I was scared there was going to be a flag raised after the last game. It's not been raised. We double our lead. For the first time in a live commentary, I almost feel relaxed. We've still not won a live commentary game yet. If we didn't do it today, it would be 4 episodes about it. I'm feeling slightly calmer all of a sudden. I mean, Rio now has a goal and an assist, so maybe the change of the pressing forward in the middle, maybe that was a little more. I don't think it was. I think it's just that they're quite bad. Half time in this game, they've had 8 shots, none on target, but basically exact possession, and yet we find ourselves 2 goals ahead. All the games so far this year where I've been at the team as Rugby Town manager, it's nice to be on the other end of things. Look at this, I've never had such a good team. Never seen this much green. Hathaway with, well, I was going to say a goal kick. It's actually a free kick in their own box. But we're going to win the ball with Cartwright. Now McAvoy to Cartwright. Hilton, he's already got a goal. Confidence is high. Lays it wide to Edwin. He's going to float it towards Jackson Davis. Can't get his header, but we have got them on the back foot. I've not yet made any subs in this game. We're already 20 minutes into the second half. Not been shown any reason for concern yet. Realise I might be tempting fate a little bit as they launch the ball forward. But ultimately, so far, so good. We'd love to get another goal. We'd love to make it more convincing and also just help our goal difference a little bit. Sadly, with runs forward like that from Azam, we're not going to be scoring more goals. The ball's all the way back to their goalkeeper. This has been a very long highlight. There is a conspiracy theory that the longer a highlight goes on, the bigger the chance of a goal. That ball has just hit Francis on the back and then scored. That man is our assistant manager, and I don't know what he's done. I mean, is this just football manager being perhaps like, what do we put that down to? It's hit Francis on the back, falls to late, and then, I mean, it's a great finish into the bottom corner. I don't even dare to say that. It's now 2-1. There's some really sick individuals now willing to score another goal. I know you're out there, and I'm worried about it now with 23 minutes left. The fact we've got another highlight immediately. The rain is lashing down. Let's try and turn things around a little bit here. Azam thinks the ball towards Jonathan Davis. He is in a wide area. There's players in the middle. McAvoy is one of them. And he should have scored there from about 5 yards out. He's pulled it wide. Okay, David's not the best of games today. So Tyler Forbes on you come. Elsewhere, more changes. Cartwright, who I really picked up with the thumbnail and stuff I made before recording, has been poor. You know what? Steve Bieke on you come at left centre back, mate. 15 minutes. Just encourage the players. It could be an error. It could be genius. The ball's whipped in. Rio is under it. It's maybe going to be cleared away. Now suddenly, do I need to be worried? There's lots of red shirts. I'm worried. I'm panicking. Molesworth lays it wide to Willis. Why have they got so many players forward? Where are our players? Late through again. It's 2-2. Watch this. In this late well, being at one hand with a second, we're going to get a goal. It's 2-2. It's 2-2. Azam, please. Make something happen here. Azam. Hilton could play it into the middle. Pulls the trigger. I want to criticise him. He scored one goal already today. There's 5 minutes left. This team are bottom. We have been, arguably, I'd say, the better team on the overall balance of play. It does not show in anything. So Hota on Newcombe, I'm going to centre attack in mids. Desperate times call for desperate measures. In transition, just launch it over the top.
Toto je chyba, čo robia tieto kokotiny.
Don't look for overlap. Hit early crosses. Flow those crosses in.
Vylej vody, šmaci.
As we can and go more direct. We need a goal. 5 minutes.
Vyleli vodu, šmaci. Kurník, šopa, šmaci. Kurník, šopa, šmaci. Kurník, šopa, šmaci.
Bits of added time. Is there even going to be a highlight? There is going to be a highlight, please. They're bottom of the league. They're bottom of the league. If we score here, it could be the thing to turn things around. Hilton gets dispossessed. We've got so many players forward here. We are leaving ourselves open, and yet I feel like I have to go for it. A win feels necessary. Sahota, Hilton lays it forward. Tyler Forbes pulls the trigger. Tyler Forbes, the Park to Prem legend, does a cartwheel. He's jubilant, so am I. It's 3-2. I punched my screen by accident. That's when you know things are going well. I have my head in my hands. I'm thinking it's game over. It's not going to happen. Cometh the man, cometh the moment. And before the game resumes, just need to tell our centre mids, just go back, please, lads. Wing backs, you can go and defend. We need to see out the next. How many minutes was it? Like 2 minutes. Neither of them can play as ball winning midfielders. They can now. Okay, the game just finish this match for me. Finish this match. Why is there another highlight? We can make it 4-2. We can make it look really convincing. Penalty ref. He's given it. Let's make it 4-2. Let's make it look like it was really easy. No one's going to look at the breakdown of who scored when. They'll see 4-2 against the team at the bottom and go, they must have done well. McAvoy's going to step up for it. Rio bangs it in. It's 4-2. It was never in doubt. I'll tell you what, we've got bloody lucky. It's 4-2. We've got to win, everyone. I'm so happy right now. I told the players, win or not, that was a poor performance. They're all upset and confused and demotivated. You bossed them. I'll just praise them all now. They're all confused. I guess they're confused and demotivated, right? Never mind. Never mind. Rio, man of the match. He had been not great prior to that game during his time for us, but he's got 2 goals and an assist, and all of a sudden, he looks like he's played well for us, which, I mean, he hadn't in his first 5. He has there. And with that result, we're out the relegation zone and we're back where we started the episode. We're in 15th. I will say, looking ahead, win a couple of games, you could find yourself back in mid-table and suddenly things don't seem all that terrible. I'm actually kind of happy with how we're playing at the moment. Like, I know this game finished 4-2. They scored from both their shots on target. I mean, maybe that's a poor reflection on the goalkeeping yet again, but ultimately, I do think we deserve to win that game against Coleshill Town. I did mention earlier on in the series that I would be doing a video covering this database. The database isn't actually ready for release yet. I was hoping it would be ready for the weekend, but there's lots of work being done still to add all the missing data for tiers 9 and 10. As a result of that, whenever the database is ready, there will be a video. It should be sometime this week. In the intermission, fret not. We are going to be settling it into a daily Park to Prem routine each and every weekday, midday UK time. Come here, sit down, get some food, get your coffee in the morning if you're watching in America. Stick me on as you fall asleep if you're in Australia. There is more of this adventure to commence.
Thursday, and we'll also
And
be
to be honest, I
doing
don't know if
double
I'm emotionally
mutations
ready
this
for
weekend.
it.
And
Until
daily.
next time, take things easy. It's me, Jack, and I'll talk to you in a bit. I'm out.
Čo je toto? Sračky.
Transfers, recruitment, squad building, for me, it's the single biggest difference maker in an FM save. If you can get that right, then the rest will follow: the trophies, the success, and everything that comes with it. Today, I'm going to show you the transfer techniques that I use in my own saves that help me to dominate the transfer market. Oh, I don't think I can get away with the word dominate either. In today's video, I'm going to show you how you can sign players like this for prices as low as this, as well as selling players who get opening offers like this one for final sale prices like this. I've got 5 methods or techniques that I use in my saves all the time that help me to maximize my efficiency in the transfer market, and I think they can help you too. Some of them you might know, some of them you might not. I'm going to save the best one until the end of the video, so don't leave. Let's get into the first one. Oh, before we do, please, sorry, let me interrupt just to say thank you for all the support recently. Please subscribe to the the channel. We are so close to 60,000 subscribers. That's the aim. So please subscribe to the channel, especially if you find this video helpful today. And if you do find it helpful, maybe leave a like on it as well. Let's get into that first method. All right, so the first transfer method I'd like to share with you is a technique that I call the never method. And it's a method that utilizes the installment system in the game. Now, disclaimer here, it's definitely not the most sensible way of approaching your transfers in Football Manager, but it is insanely effective. I'm going to show you why it's so effective, and I suppose I should mention as well, if this is not for you, then I sort of understand that. If this type of exploity type of approach is not for you and you love to moan about these things, then fair enough, I understand it. Play the game in the way that you want to play the game. I'm going to show you it anyway because it's so effective and it is in the game that I'm going to share it with you, but use it at your own risk, right? I understand. This is how it works and why it's so overpowered, potentially. I have loaded up this Newcastle save that I'm playing at the moment, and I have targeted Jarell Hato as a new player to bring in. His transfer value at Ajax is 46 to 65 million pounds, but I don't want to spend that all at once because I want to go and buy loads of other players as well. I've got loads of money to spend, but I don't want to spend huge chunks of it right now. Instead, I want to spend small amounts on lots of players, and then hopefully having all of these really good players will mean that I go and win things and get loads more money in the future too. That's what I'm kind of banking on here by using my installments. Now, with this value being 46 to 65, in fact, I'm going to check that by talking to his agent, 44 to 67, I want to make sure that I'm getting value in this transfer, but also I don't want to spend more than about half of his value. So I don't want to spend more than £25 million in this particular window. So I'm going to semi-lock in £25 million, and then I'm going to utilize my installment system and my yearly installments to see just how I can break this down so that I don't spend all of my money now. Instead, I stack it, so I spend it all in the future. Now, I know what you're thinking, probably thinking, well, how is this any different to spending the money now? Do you really want to have those bills coming in later in the save? My argument being that I use this method because my argument is that if I can bring the player in now, I will make my team better now, and if my team is better now, we will make more money, in turn making all the money back.
I'll not see gets a job. Você zapić sortito. Ten pages. Dobra, ako sam daj, piću se, kažem. Koliko je bylo to čas? Tretja? To je čtvrtá.
When Japan was announced.
To je čtvrtá. To.
You know what? Things on the pitch going quite well at the moment since last episode. This is not good. Tyler Forbes, currently contracted to us, of course, on a non-contract, a player who's been playing a little bit, scored a winning goal last episode. He's had numerous bids from clubs, and if I go and try and negotiate a contract, he's waiting for us to secure our safety in the league before he'll talk to me. He's about to leave me, isn't he? This is why you can't get attached to anyone in the non-leagues, ladies and gentlemen. Tyler Forbes has left to go to Fleet Town. Yeah, 3 days after they were talking to him, he's jumped ship. I'm heartbroken. I don't even know when I'm coming back for this episode. We'll run the intro now. I'll come back at some point. Hopefully things are looking slightly up. I hope. Saying all of that, Ovendale has got injured. He's broken a finger, out for 7 weeks. Means Matt Hill's back in goal. Yay. Yay. Run the intro editor, Jack. How is it going, folks? Welcome back to Rugby Town. Today, Tyler Forbes has left us. The hero of last year's Park to Prem brought in, scored a winning goal for us, did not elaborate, left the club after just 7 appearances. So with that in mind, you might be expecting the recent run of games to have been a difficult one, but in truth, we've started to win, we still can't defend. Now, of course, last episode we took on Coleshill Town. Since then, 5 games played, the first of which, a 3-1 win. 2 wins in a row, I couldn't believe it myself. Rio McAvoy got the all-important goals for us in this game. 9 goals, 5 assists in 11 games. It looks absolutely sensational. This result here was good. Unfortunately, we couldn't keep things going. A 3-2 defeat against Coventry Sphinx, a team who were promoted with us last year. Rio grabbed 2 in this game, but we lost 3-2. Ovendale, prior to his injury, still didn't really play that well in this game. Since then, though, 3 wins in a row, 6-3, 5-3, 5-4. Yeah, look, we don't know how to defend. That doesn't matter. We score goals now. First of these matches was against Boldmere St Michael's. We beat them 6-3. I would show you the highlights for this game. We'd be here a while. What you need to know is Callum Gillan picked up a hat-trick. Of course, he was a player who scored on his debut, got injured. He's come back since that injury. He's looked pretty venomous in front of goals. 6 goals in 6 games, 2 man of the matches. Things you love to see. And another thing you love to see is more wins. We beat Sutton Coldfield Town 5-3. Yeah, the goals really have been flowing. Great to see. Ryan Sahota, one of the hot prospects here at the club, a player who was here when we joined, got his first ever senior goal for the club. Massive moment for him. And a massive moment for us as well, because this win here really did move us away from the drop zone. Our most recent result, perhaps the most pleasing of the lot, because I feel like I've been vindicated somewhat. Jake Cartwright, brought in because he can jump really high and be a weapon from set pieces. He picked up a hat-trick in this game. Now, I know last episode he wasn't great, but he was much better in this one. You might have noticed by the tactical formation in the bottom right here, I have tweaked things slightly since last episode. I feel like tactically we've been in a constant state of evolution this year as I kind of tweak things to get something that works. Truth be told, what we've got right now is working. Whether or not it's working in a sustainable way is a slightly different proposition. Ultimately, we've scored 16 goals in the last 3 games. We have also conceded 10 goals in the last 3 games. It's working for now. It's got us into a much better spot. Speaking of that spot, we are now in 11th place. And whilst we do look like we are now going to avoid relegation, which is great to say, and to be fair, when you look at the XG table where we should be 9th, perhaps we deserve that. It is, of course, worth reminding ourselves we promised the board a top half finish this year. That means finishing 10th or higher. We are not there yet. And so it's with that in mind that today we come back for 2 rather big games. Hinckley-Leicester Road, we've got in our first ever home game that we're going to do as an away day. We're going to head to Butlin Road for those that have been waiting for the home away day. They are in front, we're in 11th, so a big game there. And then after that, Spalding United, who are currently running away at the top of the table, have this crazy striker in Daniel Sweeney, who's got a lot of goals this year. He's played very, very well, this guy. I've decided it's a good idea to play them. So, yeah, Spalding away. It really doesn't sound that luxurious. Having been to Spalding, I can tell you it really isn't as well. Hoping that today we are also going to have our youth intake preview. We are gunning to ensure our safety this year. We can mathematically secure our spot in the league. I want to push for the top half. And this, where there's lots of A's and stuff. I'm not going to get carried away just yet. Of course, the club does have some really good training and youth facilities. We are, however, lacking when it comes to youth recruitment, which I did actually ask alongside the junior coaching to be improved. The board told me to do one. Me and Brian, I thought we were going to get on great. He has hurt my heart a little bit with this decision here. And I think for the first time ever in an episode here at Rugby Town, I've not signed anyone since last episode. I've shown some restraint. We, of course, have lost Tyler Forbes. We did also lose Drew Keir, who was a squad player at best. Well-rounded player, nothing particularly spectacular. So a little bit sad that he's gone, but we still have some pretty blooming good depth in our team. And in fact, when you look at players who are now contracted at the club, we only have 2 players not contracted. The first is our third shortest goalkeeper. And the other player who I think I've maybe mentioned once across all the videos, Karabo Motshweni, I don't think he's going to be here next year. I know there were some South African viewers pumped for the representation in this team of South Africa. I'm sorry, he's crap in Football Manager. He won't be here next year. I feel like there's a little bit of a spring in my step today, which unfortunately for those of you that wanted to see me suffer is perhaps a down note. It did look like we were going to be in a relegation scrap, but at this point now, we are 9 points clear of the drop. We actually are one of the only teams in the bottom half of the table with a positive goal difference. So who would have thought? It turns out if you just play really attacking football, don't really worry about defending, you can just score more than the other team. Let's see if we can keep that trend going against Hinkley Leicester Road. Before all of that, the away day to Butland Road, the home of Rugby Town FC. 6,000 people can pack in here. Let's see what kind of footage there is for you. I hope it's a good away day. I might just give it a bias, good score, even if it's bad. So for today's away day, we are heading to the home of Rugby FC, Butland Road. And if you didn't know where Rugby is, it is literally in the middle of England. I don't think it could be more in the middle of England. It's not the smallest place in the world, halfway between Coventry and Northampton. Guess there are away days to look forward to. And somewhere in this lovely little town, there's a football stadium. Where that football stadium is, I should have checked before I hit start record. I didn't realise how big Rugby is. I've noticed a running track. We don't play here, do we? We don't play here. Okay, that's a relief. Enemy of the away day for new viewers. I found the local cricket club and hockey club. Where is the football stadium? I have found Rugby Borough Football Club. That's the wrong rugby team. I didn't realise there was multiple rugby teams. I just realised, is the rugby team in rugby called the Rugby Club? Because that would be very confusing as a name. Good news, everyone. I found the football club. It's actually based just east of the town centre. Here is Rugby Town FC. Here is our home. And we've got a railway line next door, no running track, and a weird-shaped stadium. It's a strong start to the away day. Now, they have got this, 3G all-weather pitch next door. In fact, they've got 2 of them. I think this is part of the redevelopment that was done at the football club about 20 years ago. It's the reason the club has freestyle training facilities. If you're wondering what is freestyle training facilities in Football Manager, this is it. Yeah, it's not that impressive, I'll be honest. We've got a cemetery next door. I want to say that adds character to the stadium, but it's a cemetery. I'm going to just mouse over here. Okay, here's the big moment. We're going to click on the little yellow man, and we can see some stuff from the looks of things. Now, unfortunately, we can't go in the car park to review it in detail, but I have to say from the outside, lovely sunny day, it feels quite welcoming. I do feel like having these fence posts blocking the sign is a bit counterintuitive. You know, I don't want to criticise the person who put in these fence post bits, but I don't think they understood the assignment. Now, if I'm not mistaken, if we go down this little side road, I think we can go nearer the stadium. Maybe can we peek in? Oh, we can peek in. Here is the stadium. This area must be kept clear for emergency vehicles. We can't stay here long. Here is the stadium, or at least one of the stadiums. It has actually got a stand on each side from the looks of things, which for this level is very, very impressive. Just going to keep wandering around the back. Oh, if you want an allotment, you know, if you want to grow some berries or you want to grow your fruit and veg, you can do that here at Butland Road. You know, I'm not one for doing gardening and stuff. Suddenly I want to grow some carrots and potato. You can see the main stand itself. They do have sea tarts. What the sea tart says, we will never know. Google Earth has saved many an away day over the years. Can it save this one here? We are going to Rugby, which is here, and the stadium, which, as we've now learnt, is near the golf club. Here it is. It's in 2D. No KFC. Is there any lines on the car? There's no lines on the car park. It's going to be a bad score, and I already feel awful. Okay, look, Butland Road maybe could redeem itself if any rugby fans want to go to the stadium and take some 360 pictures, or just paint some lines on the car parking for that matter. But the reality is I have to give you a score, and I have to be fair. And it's for that reason season, 9 out of 10. People accuse me of being biased with my scorings with this save game. No idea what they're on about. So a little bit of team news for this game today. Sahota, I am starting as our advanced playmaker. Torchbearer getting his first ever senior goal. He's been putting in a string of good performances, which has seen me demote Ethan Hilton down to the bench, which, to be fair, might be viewed as a little bit harsh, because he's not exactly been in bad form, but kind of nice to have two centre midfielders competing for the same spot. Elsewhere in the team, Roger Lee was just on international duty, so he didn't play our most recent games. He's back again today from Bermuda. In the final third, we're going to go with Jackson Davis on the left, because he has a little bit of left-footed ability. McAvoy is going to play at centre attacking mid as that pressing forward. He has really been our main outlet. You can see this run of form here. Now, the last 6 games, he's been absolutely sensational. Over to the right, we're then going to go with Gillen, who got injured last time we were here for an episode. Let's hope he stays fit. Between the sticks, Hill is in goal. I don't trust him. Half an hour into this game, there's not been a shot on target. And until now, Dutton, can we make something happen here? Lee, Bayeka, he's offside. He's offside. Don't celebrate it. We all know he's offside. The linesman's in this bottom corner with his flag raised. Even I can see it. Half time, one highlight, it was an offside goal. There's been 2 shots on target in this game so far. Thank God we've got the Spalding game as well today. And of course, hopefully our youth intake. I've been told it's going to be in April. I'm bargaining on it being early in April before the Spalding game. If it's not, I don't know what we're going to do. There's half an hour left in this game. Nothing's happening. Right, you know what? Colo, David. I've been told the fans call him Colo. Colo, on you come. He has just signed a new deal, by the way, and I forgot to mention it. Lee has also signed a deal now until the end of next year. So a couple of the hardcore players there at rugby sticking it out, which is nice to see. Colo is going to come in up top. Elsewhere, Hilton, on you come for Sahota. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a corner. Where is Jake Cartwright? Jake, where are you? He's at the back stick somewhere. Jake! Oh my God, he's done it again. He got a hat-trick last game. He's got another goal now. Non-league cheat code. What a player. The number 6. He's got 16 jumping reach. No one's going to beat him in the air. He's backed another. Did I see that right? Has he scored 7 already? Oh, don't score a free kick now. Geno's over it. Cartwright, you're big for our goal. Now get big in the wall. Jump! Okay, it's gone just over. Everything's fine. Just to confirm, Cartwright, with that goal, now has 7 goals in 10 games for us from centre-back. It's the reason why you want a tall player in your team. Hilton with a free kick for us. He's going to dink it forward. Cartwright's under it. He's headed it just over. He could have had another. All I'm saying is, who is Tyler Forbes? Don't miss him. Don't need him. I am absolutely okay. I definitely don't have a picture of him on my desk in my office here at Rugby Town, which I cry looking at every day. Kazam passes it to Gillen. I'm still calling him Kazam. It just sticks now. Bayeke, Lee, Dutton hits it. The number 3, first goal for the club. You are just going to have to get used to the fact that Kaz Azam has always said Kazam by me in excitement. I feel like I need to say his name repeatedly in the shower every morning, and I eventually will nail it in a commentary situation where I need to say his name quickly. I don't even know how Kaz Azam becomes Kazam in my head. I guess it's just how my brain works. I don't want to say it too loudly. There's 4 minutes of added time here. We might be about to get our 2nd ever clean sheet as Rugby Town manager. It can happen right here, although Brennan's bringing it forward. Don't do it. He's gone on his own. Dare shoots. We've blocked it. He's out from corner. This really has been a weird match. This has been so different to all the other games we've played. I mean, it's been the same in the sense, I suppose, that Cartwright scored, but we've actually kept a clean sheet. Matt Hiller's got a 7.4 rating. That's maybe happened once in my entire time at the club before today. I've told the players we're all happy. Now, where are we in the league table? Show me the league table. We're up to 10th. Suck it, Shep said Dynamo. That is a fantastic name for a football club, I have to say. Spalding have just been crowned champions. We take them on in our next game. They could only draw against Quorn. If I'm not mistaken, are down towards the bottom of the table. Indeed, they are. Good news for us is Sutton in 17th did not win. So now we are 11 points clear of them, with 12 points left on offer. I believe if we get a draw or a win against Spalding, who are now the winners of the league, they've got nothing to play for, we will be safe for next season. So we've got this game against Spalding United in 6 days' time. We're going to come back to that. I'm going to hope the youth intake also happens in the intermission, because I want to talk youth intakes. I joined this club for their facilities. I'm expecting the world. Probably should be prepared to be disappointed. Let's see what happens. Now, I had someone in the comment section of an earlier episode saying, Jack, I've done Rugby Town and I've got insane youth intakes and I've done a youth academy challenge with them. I didn't believe that person. I do believe them. Now, I've got this year's youth intake. There are 2 players who are just ready to go into the first team. Now, it is worth noting, of course, the star ratings when it comes to potential are relative to our first team. It's difficult to know how good these players' potentials truly are, but because of the fact that your youth facilities determine youth players' current abilities, we get some good players with good current ability come through. That's happened here. The first of those players, Miles Maycock. Now, yeah, he's injury prone and he's got absolutely no strength whatsoever. But this guy, as a central midfielder playmaker, is absolutely ridiculous. His physicals are terrible. Ignore the physicals, pretend they don't exist. This guy's 16 years old, bags of potential, crazy flair, great leadership. I want to say captaincy in the making. Of course, a lot of that comes down to what will this potential end up being. I'm going to offer him a contract. Now, I don't know. I think, I might be wrong here, I'm not sure. I think these players can play in this next game. He wants a non-contract, absolutely not. I'll give you £25 a week, no, £20 a week. I'm going to try and get in loads of optional extension stuff as well, and I hope I don't piss him off with it. Okay, well, he accepted this offer right away. So, optional contract extension after promotion, and I can trigger another extension myself. That sounds good to me. And the other player who's particularly good is Sam Kelly. This guy plays centre attacking mid. I don't play with centre attacking mids, but I do play with a centre mid as an advanced playmaker on attack. He could really do a good job there. Has a okay personality, some okay determination, really good natural fitness, great physicals. I like the look of both these guys. He needs a contract as well. He wants a non-contract. I'll pay you £20 on a part-time deal, son. Come on down. Okay, Sam has accepted that offer. I'm very giddy and excited about these two guys. They are going to be the future. I think Maycock might be good enough to start this next game against Spalding, which is now only 3 days away. So I'll join you for that in a mo. Okay, game number 2 today. Spalding United, champions of the league. This is going to be a test of have we actually made progress? Have we actually turned a corner? Are we actually a good team? Or is my recent form just down to blind luck and scoring lots of goals? And for any Spalding residents hoping for an away day, you're going to have to wait. One away day is enough for today, mostly because I want to try out our new youth prospects this game. That is right. Maycock just comes straight into the team. Yeah, he has signed his senior deal. He's on a youth deal, obviously, for the foreseeable future, but he will be signing on a 4-year contract when he joins us. Advanced playmaker on attack. I'll tell you what, there is a lot to like about this guy. And Sam Kelly, who was the other really good player, finds himself on the bench. I'm not sure what to do with Sam Kelly. He could easily come in and be the advanced playmaker on attack, but I actually think I'm going to train him to play as an advanced forward. I don't know if this is a dumb idea, but I just look at him and think, for a non-league level striker, he could be really, really good. His physicals are already tremendous. His mentals certainly aren't terrible in the areas where they need to be good. And besides his dribbling and finishing, for this level, like 8s, 9s and 10s are very, very good. So I think he could do a job. He's on the bench. Don't be surprised if I bring him on in a blind panic in this one. Hopefully, we're going to score more than last game. Only 2 goals last game was pathetic. That's not the work the space way. We played to score more goals than the opposition. One thing that I've not really mentioned is the fact that actually I have changed our defensive line when it comes to our tactics to play a higher defensive line. You might remember when I first took over, we were sitting deep, trying to absorb pressure. To be honest, at this level, it was just inviting loads of long shots that would fly in, which is why we were losing games despite other teams having lower XG. The goalkeepers, for whatever reason, just don't seem to be able to save long shots. So with that in mind, we're playing this high defensive line now where we have kind of the high defence, but also the kind of deeper sitting defensive mids. It creates this big cluster of players that are difficult to penetrate most of the time. Well, speaking of penetration, we've been on the attack in this game here. Can we make something happen? Cartwright headers it against the woodwork, and then Gillen was offside. Perhaps worth noting that if we do win this game and secure our safety in the division, assuming there isn't much else to play for, which I don't think there is going to be, next episode will be an end-of-season kind of summary and start of summer transfer window special. Not sure how we're going to do the transfer specials here, because it tends to be very different at these lower levels, where you're just kind of trialling loads and loads of players, but I know you guys love them. I'm sure
Czułeś,
you guys
Kreciuk?
have your own little Park to Prem adventures, and with that in mind, showing what I do in the summer seems smart, although based on what we're seeing here, maybe we don't need to think about the summer. We're a goal up. Perhaps I don't need to sign anyone. We'll just go with this team, you know. Get me to next September now. I'm ready. Dutton, another assist. Wasn't a corner this time. Don't really want to accuse him of being a corner merchant. Great ball in by the left back. Oh, okay. Well, we've got 1 goal, and now there's the dreaded kick-off highlight. I say dreaded highlight because it's one of those ones that gets you nervous. Of course, if you get the second goal in the kick-off highlight, it feels great. But if you do take the lead and concede 10 seconds later, it can be heartbreaking. We're trying to get them on the back foot early here. Unfortunately, they have dealt with it, and for Spalding. They are the champions for a reason. They're going to have a point to prove. They cut us open through the middle. James Clifton makes it 1-1. That was a really good finish. I know we have some good strikers here at Rugby Town. I don't feel like my strikers can do this. Can my strikers do that? I don't think they can off the crossbar. Bayeke can't play the ball inside to Lee Clifton. He already has a goal there now coming on the counter-attack, aren't they? I don't like this. Wilson with the ball for them. Lays it inside to Barker. Spalding with plenty of attacking talent. They've got the best goal difference in the league. I think it's like plus 40. We knew we were going to be tested defensively. Right now we are failing that test. We took the lead in this game. I felt happy. I thought we've been doing okay. Doesn't matter. It's been snatched away from us suddenly for a 1-0 up. We're 2-1 down. Corner though, Dutton over at the corner. Merchant Cartwright's back post, can't pick him out. Jackson
Uy, Kryczuk. Bijemy?
In his off time, he works at the local supermarket, cleaning up Armfrey. On this occasion, he's sweeping up the edge of the box. Sadly, we've given the ball away, and now it's Snedden with it for them. I don't like this. Sweeney, near side. Sweeney looks very thick in the match engine, the number 10. He whips it in. Clifton is there. Clifton scores, and Cartwright missed a header. It's offside. It's offside. Breathe a sigh of relief, everyone. Never in doubt, he says. I'd admitted and conceded the fact it was going to be 3-1. Everything's fine. It's 2-1 at the break. I'm going to tell the players what was that. I know some of them have been playing okay. I'm looking at you, Jackson Davis. But everyone else has been poor, and now Jobbles lost focus. That's not good. I'm going to make some changes here. Gillen's not the best of games. Let's bring in David Colo. Let's see what he can do for us elsewhere. I'm tempted to bring
Kryczuk.
Would it be silly to bring in Kelly now? I'm going to do it. You can't stop me. I don't really have another defensive midfielder, so should we just play centre mid on attack? That sounds good to me. Who needs defensive midfielders? They're going to go with Kelly and Maycock, our new young players. They're going to play together, and I'm sure it's going to be fine. Do I need a defensive midfielder? You know what? I can
Čo ten to povedal?
Francis Ockicombe, Fitzharris.
Toto môže byť zaujímavé.
Nečakal som túto vašu otázku, tak budem úprimný. Samozrejme, my sme toho natárali v Ajsovci živote už dosť. Ja verím, že ale Vladka poznám. Je to môj život a nebudem sa toho tajiť. Raz to príde, možno keď bude jeho zdravotný stav dobrý a možno bude pokračovať v kariére, keď bude jeho srdce na správnom mieste, pomôže ešte mužstvu, keď bude jeho nohy poslúchať a bude fyzicky pripravený na to, čo vie hrať, tak stále bude jeden z najlepších. Áno, takže dal do prípravy všetko, čo má, ide cez bolesť. Minulý rok, tak ako povedal, mal rodinný život ťažký, ale sme tu na to. Ja som tu otec, ktorý si ho vždy bude chrániť. To je moja povinnosť. Je povinnosťou mojou aj chrániť si svojich hráčov. Je povinnosťou mojou chrániť si ľudí, ktorí pracujú v klube, kde ja pracujem. A preto by som sa rád aj vrátil k reprezentácii, ktorej chcem pogratulovať za vynikajúce výkony hráčov. Tak, jak som povedal predtým, že tréner Kaltonov rukopis bol očividný, to som povedal už dávno pred majstrovstvami Európy, a to sa ukázalo aj na majstrovstvách Európy. Hráči hrali výborne, takticky boli pripravení výborne, ale nemusí urážať všetkých nás, ľudí, ktorí sme pracovali v slovenskom futbale predtým. Nemusí urážať všetkých slovanistických, neurážať, ale spomínať medzi riadkami ľudí, ktorí urobili pre slovenský futbal toho ešte viacej, ako urobil doteraz on. Gratulujem mu, pretože podal dobrý výkon, ale nemusí urážať všetkých slovanistov, alebo ich spomínať v jeho rozhovore, kde sa mali všetci radovať z toho, ako príde slovenská reprezentácia s úsmevom a nekritizovať všetkých, ktorí sme tu robili do tej doby v slovenskom futbale. A keby Mark nedal s Islandom gól, tak možno by on nesedel na tej lavičke. Áno, čiže nech si váži ľudí, ktorí robíme tu. Keby prišiel, rád si s ním vypiem kávu a podám mu ruku, ale za daných okolností, aby uražal všetkých našich bývalých hráčov alebo momentálnych trénerov, moju rodinu, ktorú nespomenul menovite, ale spomenul medzi riadkami. My sme takisto niečo pre slovenský futbal sa snažili urobiť. Ja som urobil v živote veľmi veľa chýb. Urobil som ich aj na majstrovstvá sveta v rámci médiám, za čo som sa vám ospravedlnil. Neriešil som niektoré veci dobre. Myslím si, že dneska máme dobrý vzťah, iný vzťah. Ja sa nemením, len som si uvedomil takisto niektoré veci, že v živote sa niekedy vojna nedá vyhrať, ale nesmieme sa ani zdávať. Ale na druhej strane, ešte raz opakujem, hráči hrali výborne, všetkým hráčom gratulujem, aj celému slovenskom futbalu, aj trénerovi Kalconovi, ale budem si vždy chrániť svojho syna, budem si chrániť hráčov. Nemôže povedať, že Mak to nestojí ani za reč. To je úražka Roba Maka, ktorý preňho urobil veľa tej kvalifikácii, dal rozhodujúci gól, aj keď nebol hráč základného. Povedal si len svoj názor, pretože letel neviem koľko tisíc kilometrov a otvoril si ústa a nepovedal nič zlého ani na trénera, ani na vedenie federácie, na nikoho. A je to dneska náš hráč a mojou povinnosťou si ho chrániť, pretože stále je to výborný chlapec a výborný futbalista. Takisto ako môj syn, takisto ako Vítek, takisto ako Jano Mucha, takisto ako moja rodina. My sme mu neurobili nič. Ja som pred majstrovstvami sveta Európy povedal, že Kalconov rukopis je očividný. Ja sa rozhodol odvolať Vlada, ktorému skoro prasklo srdce, aj mne, aj mojej rodine, mojej žene, berem, pretože bolo to jeho rozhodnutie. Prečo to urobil, ako to urobil, všetku vinu zhodili na neho. OK. Vyšlo mu to, dneska nemôže nikto nič povedať, pretože majstrovstvá Európy vyšli, hráči hrali výborne, boli lepší ako anglické mužstvo, boli lepší ako ostatné týmy. Úprimne srdečne gratulujem. Ale ja som si tiež myslel po majstrovstvách sveta, že som najmúdrejší tréner na svete a opak bol pravdou. Ešte som sa musel veľa učiť, veľa som musel premyslieť veci, ktoré som urobil zle a človek sa učí celý život. Ja Kalconovi prajem všetko dobré, aby sa mu darilo pri inventári, aby dával tú pečať, ale svojich hráčov a svoju rodinu si budem vždy chrániť. Takisto je klub, v ktorom pracujem.
Nepovedal nič. Asi hovoril niekoľko minút, nepovedal ani prmakovi. Že hrali dobre, hrali veľké hovno. Slovenskí futbalisti hrali hovno, neurobili ani sračku, sú úplne hovno. Zdrogovaný bajs.
Okay, I was making tactical changes. I've gone back into the game. They've scored whilst I was changing stuff. They've scored whilst I was changing. What happened here? What? I mean, defensive shape is questionable. Sweeney dinks it because I called him thick earlier. Hill has dropped the ball. Of course, Hill's dropped the ball. Do I want to continue with these tactical changes? Well, we might as well go more attacking. Now let's see what happens. Dutton on the far side. I'm sorry, the trees are making me really angry.
Vieš, krikoš.
Čuj. I'm struggling to concentrate.
Čuj, ty orech.
I've made 2 subs.
Poď sa pridržiť, orech.
Now Spalding free kick that hits the woodwork. And we just about get it away, but for a second the fourth goal flashed before my eyes. It was perhaps naive to expect going into this game against the champions we'd get anything other than a defeat. But you know what? I actually feel like we've given them an okay game. We led for like 30 seconds in the game, so that was good. I feel like a combination between the clean sheet last game and this is particularly positive. Kelly through the middle skies it. Sam Kelly scored on his debut. Lines, but with a minute and a half left, there still could be a goal. If we get it to 3-2, suddenly it looks respectable. Maycock, what can you do? He's dancing inside. He's crossing it in. Miles has the assist. And I'll tell you what, 3-2 looks respectable. Miles Maycock, remember the name, ghosting inside the number 7, finds himself all the way to the byline, pulls it across, and McAvoy just about finds the back of the net. Sadly, that goal did come with 10 seconds left in the game. So it is going to finish here 3-2. But you know what? We've just gone toe-to-toe against the runaway champions in this division. That has to give us some optimism going into next season. And looking at how results went elsewhere towards the foot of the table, Sutton lost, Rushden and Diamonds won. But in spite of all of that, we are guaranteed to stay up. We are 10 points clear. With 9 points left on offer, we've avoided the drop, which was never the expectation for the year in terms of we were never meant to be down there. But since last episode, we were in the relegation zone.
Čuj, krikošiš. Kožuch.
I think we are in the exact same position in the league that the football club was when I took over, but that's besides the point.
Čuj, krikoš.
Here at Rugby Town with a few games. Whilst our aim for the season is to get our finish, even if we were to fail to achieve that, I I don't think we're going to get sacked at this moment in time. The board are pretty pleased with how everything's going. Worth noting, average ratings for the league, Rio, highest average rating in the league. That is kind of cool to see. Worth noting, he has got another year on his contract. His value now sits at between £500,000 and £30,000. Not that I plan on selling anyone this year, but with that kind of valuation, if an offer came in, given the fact we've only got £50,000 in the bank, probably be silly not to consider it. Of course, I'm talking about transfers, knowing full well that's what we're going to be taking consideration into next time. Like I mentioned during that previous game, next time out, summer transfer window commences. I say that. There's no transfer windows at this level. You can sign players whenever, but we'll get to the end of season stuff, watch the game process, see where we're predicted to finish in the league, and also try and add a few more players to our ranks. Until then, take things easy. It's me, Jack. I'll talk to you in a bit. I'm out.
To znamená, to by sa halo v veľkom afiliátskom, right? Shared training complex. Hmm. Hmm. Big team coming to your stadium. Nič, no voda. Sečka. Koľko sme tu boli? 4. epizóda. Máš tu 5? Máš.
So here I was, just off camera, mindlessly playing the end of the season, thinking, well,
Poď, pýtaš si, poď. Ideme to líznúť. Poď, neboj sa, poď. Poď. Počkaj trošku. Takže tento rok sa chystáme rozprúdiť manažéra. Tento rok sa chystáme rozprúdiť manažéra.
mid-table, the board will be fine with that. And then we lost to bloody Corn 2-0. And in my inbox, I received an item. I've not yet clicked on that item. It looks rather ominous. Season 1 is officially over. It was going to be a transfer special. It might still be a transfer special, but first, I've got to plead for my job.
Tento rok sa chystáme rozprúdiť manažéra. V zime to začne.
How is it going? Welcome back to Rugby Town. Today is episode number 5. It's the end of season 1, and this is not what I expected to come back for. Brian has asked to discuss my future regarding the position at the club. My performance apparently hasn't been good enough, and my position's under serious threat. The manager performance is a C. Am I right thinking that's a bit harsh? Now, granted, last episode we did lose 3-2 to the team who were top, and since then I haven't won a game in the last 3 games. A 3-3 draw, a 4-5 defeat, a 2-0 defeat. I'll admit it, those results could have been better, but with a media prediction of 12th to finish 13th, I mean, it's hardly bloody disastrous, is it? I've worked within the wage budget. I mean, have I grown the club's reputation? Look, we're doing the YouTube documentary. That's how I'm supplementing my £200 a week to afford food. So I think the reputation's going up. Yeah, the aim was obviously a top half finish. I have failed that. I'll admit it. I did fail that. Okay, apparently if I refuse to attend this meeting, I will have my job lost. So with that in mind, we will click the attend button and hope I'm not going to be fired. We're not happy with your current performance. We're considering your position at the club. We would like to know why you think the team have performed so badly. Well, we can't defend. I haven't been in the management game that long, so I'd appreciate some patience. It's been hard fixtures. I'm going to tell them to ignore the form. I actually think we have played quite well. Ignore the form. We've played well. We recognise that with the form table, it doesn't always show how well a team is playing. So we're prepared to give you the benefit of the doubt, but we'll be keeping a close eye and hope things improve. That doesn't mean I've still got my job, right? Right? Right. Okay, well, I'm calm now, for now. I think it goes without saying this tactical system hasn't really worked. But we've got a summer to try and fix the mess. I will say, in my defence, just now that we're officially at the end of the season, we did score the second most goals in the league, 72. I will also admit, we did also concede 72 goals. But, that's perfectly balanced. Yeah, defensively we need to be better. This episode is going to be a lot of work towards that, I hope. Now, first things first, I do want to mash continue a little bit here and get to the end of season kind of wrap-up screen. You know, where it shows all your achievements and looks at transfers and stuff. Worth noting, I have got players who are going to be leaving the club. Players like Edwin, with respect to Edwin, I won't be giving him a new contract. So there are teams sniffing around. Whilst I'm here, it might actually be worth just having a quick sort out the first team. Matt Hill here, not going to be around next year. We will set him for release. And in fact, there's a few other players here that we should probably be setting for release. Not necessarily bad players, and a lot of them are players who play for rugby in real life. Players like Carl Burke here, not a bad player at all. Just not worth £75 a week. Same with Luke English, not a bad player, but £100 a week for this guy. If we compare him with Kaz Azam, who's on, well, significantly less than that, it's obvious why Luke English just isn't worth the money. And in fact, on the Wikaz Azam stuff, I've actually already negotiated with Cliff Rowe to sign him permanently. I think he's agreed to join us for like £50 a week. He is currently on £100 a week, so clearly he really liked his time at this club. And you know what? For £50 a week, I'll keep him around. Players like Jordan Wilson as well, not a bad player at all, but just not a £100 a week player. I think I'm going to set him for release. Similarly with Rosser here, extended his contract the vice captain a little bit, but he's just not been near the first team since I took over. So set for release, and in fact, to get all these players out of sight, I'm going to demote them to the youth team, just so they vanish. So this is what the first team now looks like with all those players demoted. I've just stuck them in the under-21s. Their contracts, by the way, all do run out at the end of the year. I've just noticed, actually, Lewis Williams, who was probably the third best player in our youth intake, probably could promote him, actually, and just make him third choice goalkeeper. Yeah, you know what, Lewis, come to the first team, mate. But the rest of this under-21s team, alongside some of the players still on trial and some of the players I've signed permanently, is basically a graveyard of former footballers who I won't be keeping around beyond this summer. Now, of course, last episode, we did get two really good players for our youth intake in Sam Kelly and Miles Maycock. I think they could be the solution to the centre-mid conundrum that I've had. I've got an idea about how I might play next year with them. I've kind of blocked out here a rough starting 11. As I already mentioned, the back three, the wing backs further up the pitch, it just doesn't seem to work at the lower levels. It's not been effective. We've been conceding a lot of goals as a result of it. And with two really good centre mids in our rank, it feels like a pretty good time now to perhaps evolve the system from this, where, let's be honest, we were creating a lot, and well, to try and do something maybe a little bit more like this. Something where Maycock and Kelly can work alongside each other. We can retain the front three, but just go to a slightly more conventional.
Budete to vaše kokocké formácie. Kam na ně chodíte?
They could be fullbacks on attack. These two guys, to be fair, not bad at all by any means, as more effective fullback options. Just feel like wingbacks haven't really worked this year. I suppose the question is positioning pushing them further back. Is that going to solve the issue, or is it the role that's a problem? You know what? We've got the whole of pre-season to think about that. Now, it's worth noting, with all those players I've just set for release, our committed wage spend is £1,400. Our wage budget, which could obviously change at the end of the year, is £2,300. So we have actually got a little bit of money to really add a bit more quality and a bit more depth to this squad. I don't think star ratings are the be-all or end-all, but when you look at it, I think getting in someone to replace current assistant manager / centre-back / all-round good guy, Liam Francis, probably is a wise idea. Maybe someone who, unlike Jake, can actually run and does know how to position themselves. That probably would be wise. I mean, from a goal-scoring point of view, I don't really have any concerns. Rio, in the end, picked up 11 goals for the season. He was our joint top goal scorer alongside David. I think he's a more than adequate backup striking option for us at this level. He's actually just signed a new deal where he's gone down from, I think it was either £100 or £90 a week down to £65 a week, which is great. Thinking about it with Cartwright here, he's on £40 a week. Can I extend Cartwright's deal? Do you want to sign a new deal if at the end of the year I want to keep you around? Do you want to stay around a little bit? Currently paying him £40 a week. He now wants £45 to play for 3 more years. He wants a promotional wage rise. I'm going to be a bit cheeky here because I feel like we will be going for promotion during the run of his contract. So let's just try something else. How about optional 3-year extension and a 3-year deal, £50? You know what, Jake? Me and you, we're going to get on really, really well. I can already tell. This man's going to be my centre-back for years to come. The more I look at this system, the more I like it. I feel like I've now done the initial housekeeping. I've managed to get rid of all the players who will be leaving us, move them over to the under-21s to just forget about them. The wage budget is freed up. Get me on to the end of the season. The board want to hold a new meeting. Sorry, I've hit continue once and they want to talk to me again. The board want to a new meeting. We talked like 2 days ago. Are you okay? 2 days ago we had this chat. Wish me luck. Brian, mate. Brian, I'm getting deja vu here. We're not happy with your current performance, and considering your position at the club, I think it looks worse than it is. I'm going to go with that. Worked last time. Unfortunately, we need to see tangible proof of it on the table, and that hasn't been the case. I can threaten to resign. That would be on brand for me. Tell me, what do I need to do to save my job? We'll allow you more time, but we need 10 points in the next 5 games. I can do that. I won't let you down. I probably should have negotiated a lower points total. 10 points from the first 5 games. Is that going to be of next season? I've never done this meeting at the end of the season before in all my years playing Football Manager. I have 5 games to get 10 points. I mean, I've got to have the greatest summer transfer window of all transfer windows now, haven't I? Okay, and then everything just acts like it's normal. How am I meant to send the players on the end of season break after what's just happened there? I think this is the first time in Park to Prem history where my job security has been very insecure. I've made the promise of 10 points in 5 games. I don't even know who we're going to be playing in our first 5 games of the year. We finished 13th last season. Or this season. Am I right to be really confused, concerned, and slightly scared? Because that's how I feel right now. Oh, the board wants to discuss the vision again. They want a top half finish next year. I'll just accept it. You know what? Top half next year, that does feel more than fair. This was meant to be the nice, chilled out transfer special. You know, not too much pressure, achieving our goals. You know what? Fair enough. I did promise a mid-table finish, but I don't feel like 13th is that disastrous. Like, at the end of the day, we were 4 points away from our target, and we were 9 points ahead of the drop. It just all feels very harsh. If there is one small reason for optimism, our media prediction was 12th this year. The actual media prediction on the overview screen updates as the season goes on. Our media prediction here at the end of the year is 4th place. So, of the teams currently in the division, we are the 4th best, apparently. I mean, McAvoy here does actually appear in the Media Dream 11 as well. So, as much as things might feel slightly doom and gloom, it's hardly mission impossible. I'm better looking than Tom Cruise, so I think I've got this in the bag, he says. You know what? At least Jake signed a new contract. Jake is an absolute sweetheart. You know, I know he's got loads of jumping reach and he's a bit aggressive, but he is the kind of guy who bakes brownies with his granny. still. You know, he's got that energy about him. Lovely lad. Okay, we have got our end of season review. These end of season reviews are always a little bit funky when you've joined halfway through the season, of course. Just as a reminder, we did join in November. Signing of the season, Rio, 11 goals.
Koliko vyhrál Slovan?
Not bad for a player who only started 15 games this year. Have to imagine if he'd been at the club all year round, he would have been
Koľko to bolo?
the top goal scorer in the entire league. Top goal scorer in the end did get 21 goals, but you can see here Rio did get the highest average rating, and in fact, not far behind, Jake got the third highest rating from centre back. Which, when you consider the amount of goals we concede, it's kind of a miracle his rating was that good. But to his credit, he did get 9 goals from centre back in 14 games. I still find it mad that after the start the club had, and how much we did turn things around. Let's be honest, there is more green here at this point when I was in charge than at any other point. I ended up on a C-, and we've just had the meeting that we've had. Of course, all these other competitions, I wasn't manager when we played in them. I will say the finances have been pretty good at the club. Often with the finances at lower league levels, you kind of see the clubs in massive, massive debt and just hemorrhaging money. The club balance here at Rugby is actually remarkably balanced, which is quite nice. It might lead to our wage budget being made slightly bigger as we go on year, if indeed we do last that long. Here is the best 11 for the year. I'll be honest, it's an absolute mess of players from different eras. If you're wondering, Jack, how did Dan
Tej štyri musím
after
pozrieť.
he left the club? He's been pretty goddamn awful for North Ferriby. Considering we were paying him £300 a week, I feel like bullet dodged. Fans Player of the Year did go to David Kolodinsky. I know he's a bit of a club legend in real life, so he's still been shown the respect there, despite the fact he got a 6.9 rating.
Môže byť kokoti.
I believe there was a bit of corruption involved in him getting Fans Player of the Year. Elsewhere, McAvoy got the Young Player of the Year. He was the signing of the year as well. And yeah, David just won everything else. Most goals, most assists, most player of the matches. He's quite good at football. The City of Liverpool have offered to sign Carl.
Iba 22 zápasov sa hrá.
The City of Liverpool. It's not like the council at Liverpool are just looking to
Iba 22 zápasov sa hrá.
to leave the club at the end of his contract anyway, so we might as well just get rid of him now. Now, you might have noticed when I was showing the under-21s, there are some players in our youth intake that I'm not signing. These guys,
What?
don't get me wrong, they're not terrible players by any means, but ultimately, if I sign all these youth players, even if it's on non-contracts, on £5 a week...
Každý iba 2 zápasy, jeden doma, jeden vonku.
You have a youth team...
Iba 22 zápasov.
...players, that can be eating up kind of 10% of your wage budget, which at this level where our under-21s...
Je úplná sračka.
...we do not play in any competitions, is absolutely pointless. I have been planning out the starting 11 a little bit for this coming year. Striker-wise, I'm pretty happy. I wouldn't mind getting in a bit more depth, because at the moment, David is pretty much our only plan B striker.
Je najskôr sa dá 22 a potom sa to rozdelí na dve časti.
Yeah, these are two guys, obviously, coming through the academy, do look absolutely superb. We've already got players like Ethan Hilton who can step up in that area, although maybe another centre mid, kind of a fourth one.
Takže ďalších 10 gól.
Of course, for a lot this year, Roger Lee was our more defensively minded midfielder.
Takže 32 zápasov sa hralo.
32 years
Sa mi
old,
to zdalo
I feel
divné.
like we could do better. So that's one of the kind of areas.
Sa mi
that
to
we
zdalo
could
príliš
improve.
málo.
The other area I've got is the right centre back position.
Ale takže 32 zápasov,
Right in at centre
it's
back.
fine.
Needs someone alongside him. Throughout this year with the three at the back system, we've had players like Liam Francis who we've tried out, Bayeke who we've tried out. Who else have we tried out? There's all kinds of players we've slotted in, isn't there? But basically, none of them have really stepped up. Regan Mendes, another one. Probably a pretty okay backup player, these centre-backs I'm showing. But in terms of, for a starting defender going into the new campaign, I feel like trying to find someone who's complementary to Jake, someone who's a bit quicker, can maybe read the game a little bit better, would almost certainly be in our interest. I mean, naturally, besides that, a lot of it is just going to be about getting versatility and depth. We're a little bit light on centre-mid options. Centre-back, we've got plenty of options. At wing-back, maybe need one right-back, one left-back. And then striking-wise, at the moment, we do only have kind of 2 backup strikers, David and then Rico Taylor, who is still here for another year. There's part of me that feels like he shouldn't be in the first team next year, and if I can sell him in the summer, after I've got other players in, I probably should. So yeah, backup right-back, backup left-back, defensive mid, centre mid, 2 backup strikers. There's a bit of a shopping list there. I think I've counted that incorrectly, but we'll figure it out as we go. I've just been having a little look through all the strikers that we've kind of currently got scout reports on. One thing to note is that scout reports have been coming in during the time I've been at the club. And the issue I've got is, you might have noticed, a lot of the newer players of the team are all the really highly rated players. So as a result of that, scout reports that maybe have players as 5-star ability that were made 6 months ago, those players are probably not actually as good as some of our 5-star ability players now in the team because the kind of overall quality of the squad
Dus
is.
dit ook zijn police manager.
I have been looking at players myself. Now you might notice a little bit of a time jump in the top corner of this video. It's the 18th of May. Jack, why have you gone forward 10 days and nothing's happened?
Ten tak se to otočí, ten tak se otočí manažer, ten tak se otočí.
I've got uno problemo, and it's a rather big problemo. The board have decided that I'm only allowed to sign players on non-contracts. I don't know why. There was no inbox item. I don't know if this is down to how poorly you did this year. I don't think it's a financially led decision. But essentially, I can no longer sign players on actual full-time contracts. Instead, it's got to be pay-as-you-go deals. Archie Cooper here, who I was looking to maybe pick up from Hull and have on trial, you'll notice I can sign him as a centre-back option. I don't have the drop-down here to switch between a part-time and non-kind of contract option. So any players I sign this year, I have no protection over, which maybe changes my approach slightly. Firstly, it makes me think, if this is going to be my starting 11 for the year, and I want to get in a centre-back and defend...
Może ty další formaci je smrdě. Další formaci je smrdě.
If I am going to approach players to loan, I probably am going to have to wait for the season to tick over to next year, where all the AI kind of review their squads and their current players out on loan, return to potentially then be loaned out again. The reason for obviously loaning players, I think, is obvious. I have protection over them. If there are good loan options, the plan B is that I sign players like we did Tyler Forbes, knowing full well at any point during the next year they could be stolen away from me. Neither of which is a particularly great option. The only thing that's given me a little bit of solace right now is knowing that I have got the core of a fully contracted team here that I do think could do a good job this season. And if you were wondering, I have done a couple of tests just because I was worried this might be a database issue. If I get promoted out of this division, I will be able to offer players contracts for next season. So, yeah, we really need to get promoted out the 9th tier this coming year. Otherwise, it could get very difficult this save game very quickly. As if there wasn't enough pressure on this upcoming season already. I was just looking at players who are available for loan. Right now, I have no scouting budget. It's not been set for the new season. So these are basically 78 players that I could possibly loan. Of these players, Harry Twitt looks like he could actually be an okay centre-back. He is a good option if we just compare him with Francis, who was our starting centre-back last year. Undoubtedly an upgrade. If I want to loan him, they want me to pay £190 a week. I need to find free loans where I don't have to pay any wages. Finding loans where I pay less than £100 a week, at least until the season ticks over, I think is going to be next to impossible. With that in mind, I think I'm going to join you in June when the season kind of ticks over into the new year. We can work out what the new media prediction is. Maybe the budgets get updated slightly because the finances are looking good. Maybe the scouting budget will be set so there'll be more than 70 players that show up. At this point, that sounds like a good idea to me. This whole episode has just been an absolute fustercluck, hasn't it? It's been mad. Do you feel like this might be a common trend? David Dormer, who was one of the backup left-back options who I signed from the youth intake, not a bad player. If we're really limited on signings, I could even promote him to the first team to be an optional.
Aj to je úplne ako ja nemením stratégie, ja nemením formácie, keď prehrávam. Ja mením hráčov, keď prehrávam. Formácia nemôže za to, že prehrávam. Hráči môžu za to, že prehrávam. Nie formácia.
As a wingback with one dribbling, it could be ill-advised.
Oni menia formácie, keď prehrávajú, ja mením hráčov. Koľko tiek sú Steelers sú za odstav.
But nevertheless, we might start getting interest in our players. I imagine if I ask for £20,000, they're going to tell me to piss off. That is exactly what
Ten hlavný dôvod, prečo prehrávať zápas, sú vždy hráči, nie formáciu. Nemajú formu, nevidie mu zápas, odsýpať zle, potrebuješ vystavať hráča, nemeniť formáciu.
Harvey Green here was a player who actually turned me down. He's a decent level centre mid option, not crazy current ability, but he's versatile. He can play both centre mid and defensive mid, which ticks 2 big boxes for us. Now, naturally, he is going to want one of these part-time deals. They're the only kind of offers I can offer to players. So for a player to be interested in moving to us, they don't want a wage. He wants £20 per appearance. Given the fact he's more likely to be a squad option, I'm going to offer him £40 a game. I feel like if I need to sign some squad players on these pay-as-you-go deals, it's probably not the worst idea in the world, especially because if they're not playing regular first-team football, whilst I run the risk of losing them, I'm not actually paying them any wage kind of game to game. They only get paid the actual matches we play in, which, I mean, given our current financial predicament, isn't exactly essential, but if we want to save some money, it's not a bad way to go about, I suppose, approaching a few backups. It is painful looking through this scouted kind of list of players recommended, knowing that I could try and sign some of these players, but any of these players that I sign, I just run the risk of losing, and so I don't really want to get attached to them or become too dependent on them. But players like Burden here, I mean, he'd be a good depth centre mid option. Do I just sign these players knowing that they're good options? I mean, moving in for players sooner rather than later is wise. This guy is actually pretty good going forward with some good determination. What kind of money is he going to want? He wants to £450 per appearance. We can offer up to £250 per appearance. Obviously, I set that soft wage cap at £100 per week for players. I don't want to be offering players more than probably £150 per appearance in appearance fee. And to offer that much, they need to be bloody brilliant. Okay, well, we've made a transfer. Harvey Green is joining us for £40 per appearance if/when he plays. I mean, it's an absolute bargain deal, especially compared to that other player that we tried to sign who wanted significantly more money. You know what? As far as centre mid options go, he's not that terrible. I'm actually wondering, how does he actually compare with Roger Lee? Well, if we compare Roger Lee with Harvey Green, I mean, Harvey Green is just a way better player. I might have inadvertently here found my defensive midfielder. Harvey, can you play defensive mid? I'll tell you what, he kind of can play defensive mid according to my staff. Do I agree with that assessment? I know some of you will look at the 4 strength and 5 aggression. For this level, he's bloody brilliant. He'll do a job, maybe. Of course, he'll do a job in the sense I can sign him. He may decide he doesn't want to do the job for me anymore months, weeks, days into the season. I just join someone else. Has also just dawned on me, a lot of my current staff's contracts are running out at the current kind of end of season. How many of these guys I want to sign on for future years remains to be seen. For example, not sure I really need a loan manager, and paying £50 a week for a loan manager when I don't have players to send out on loan seems ill-advised. If I want to sign him, yeah, that's annoying. I can't offer him a part-time deal. So the staff can be part-time, everyone else wants a full-time job. Drinking Christopher Elliott here, you will never see him again. He will be fired when his contract's over. I'm not paying him month to month for a job role, which, I mean, I literally don't need. And if you were wondering, when it comes to current first-team players, I can't offer them part-time deals either. So as a result, I can't extend any of the current contracts of players at the club, which, when you look at players with contracts expiring at the end of the 2025 season, it is half the squad, which is a down note. The good news with some of these players, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know which players this is going to apply to. An example, I guess, is Callum here. Does have an optional contract after extension, and I think some others, a bit like, I guess Jake Cartwright would be an example when his new deal kicks in. We have got the optional contract extension clauses on. So there are some players whose contracts I will be able to make longer. So that's a silver lining, kind of. Okay, new scouting budget for the year, 20,000 Great British pounds, and the budgets for the year, £3.6 thousand wage budget, £6,000 transfer budget. I mean, now, hopefully, I can update the scouting range just for a day, I suppose. We'll put it on surrounding regions or surrounding divisions, and hopefully now there's more players available for loan. 155. The player who appears top of this list is Taylor McMahon. He plays for Stockport County. He's actually not a bad centre-back. Comparing him with Liam Francis here, not a massive world of difference, but I think he is definitely an improvement. And at 19 years old, you'd expect him to get better. They want me to pay £240 a week of his wages. Never mind, on to the next one. You might have noticed when I click on player profiles, all their attributes just show. I do play with attribute masking off during my Let's Plays. Naturally, with the pressure to get videos out every single day, I need to speed things up a little bit. If I wasn't playing with attribute masking on, I would probably just mass select and scout these players or try and offer them trials in the case of free agents in order to get a better judge of their ability. But yeah, I try and avoid, where possible, just filtering by attributes here. It does feel a little bit cheesy when you're playing with attribute masking off. But in terms of the YouTube Let's Plays, when I want to click on opposition players and show you how good they are, it'd also be kind of poo if they were just invisible and you couldn't see how good they are, especially if you've never managed down at these levels. Finley Coleman of Newport County, you are a centre-back, my friend. He's also not that great. You know what? For one day, I'm going to up my scouting range for UK and Ireland. We did have 42 players who were available, who were centre-backs available for loan and were realistic. We're now at 227. Connor Campbell here actually looks like a really good player. He plays for Rangers. He's on £30 a week, so he might be slightly cheaper as well. We'll use Liam Francis here as the measuring stick for all the players. I like the look of Connor Campbell here. I can't loan him till he turns 18, which is not until next April. Why show him in the list of players interested in loans? I feel like maybe getting to July 1st is the best idea here, because if this player's already out on loan, that haven't had their loans officially end yet, they're not showing up in these lists when I'm looking for loan targets. Sam Kelly, one of the better players in our youth intake, has interest in him from Morecambe. Morecambe of League 2. I mean, that bodes well for his ability. Doesn't necessarily bode well for keeping hold of Sam Kelly. He's on a youth contract at the moment. I have already negotiated the fact that he will have an optional contract extension, and I think also a contract extension after promotion. So he's locked into the next 3 or 4 years. With that in mind, I'm just going to select an absurd amount of money, which I know Morecambe will turn down. Just have to hope he doesn't get unhappy about this kind of thing. It might be difficult to keep players like Kelly happy, and of course Miles Maycock. No interest in him yet, but I actually think he's slightly better than Kelly. So yeah, that's another cause for concern. The new season has officially come around, and I can tell the board my expectations for the year. I think I'm just going to stick everything here. I obviously want to be fighting for playoff spots, even promotion this year. I suppose the question as to whether or not that's going to be realistic is going to be reflected in our, well, media prediction, which is 5th here, and also the season preview, which has us as high as 4th. You know what? Maybe we can go back up. Interesting to note that a team that were promoted last year in God Manchester Rovers, one of the favourites for promotion. Who is their best player? The answer to that question is Owen Wallace, 25 years old. He actually looks like a really quite good centre-back. I mean, if I'm going to sign players on part-time deals, I'm going to say why not steal them from our league rivals. I'll tell you why not, because Owen doesn't want to join me. Look at that death stare he's got, by the way. It looks like he wants to murder us. Worth noting that McAvoy and Gillen are in the media room 11 in the striking position. The two sideways-facing Irish strikers. So at least we have that going for us. If you were wondering with the season ticking over, could I now sign players on those proper full-time deals? No, but I already knew that. We have to get promoted, I think, for this to change. Well, what do we have here? James Mace is available to say, James, do you want to come back? Do you really want to come back? £240 a week? How about no? I believe in real life the club he's moved to in Staines don't even exist anymore. I think there was some dodgy money laundering stuff going on. So, yeah, not even a club that's real anymore. He's signed for them. He's realised the error of his ways. Too late. Now, I've not actually sorted out pre-season friendlies yet. It used to be the case that saying that pre-season tournaments was a really good way to generate money. Football Manager have rebalanced that in recent years. But nevertheless, there are some not insignificant teams here that we can arrange kind of friendlies with. You can see if we organise a game with Chesterfield, we make about, what, £1,500? So even once you factored in stuff like appearance fees for players, probably still do make a little bit of profit off those kind of pre-season games. Look at all these friendlies we've organised. We are earning the big bucks, kind of. It's really not as good as it used to be. Pre-season friendlies for making money. I've been invited to enter a team into the EFL Young Alliance League. It's an under-18s league. Do we even have an under-18s squad? We don't. We have an under-21s. You know what? We'll enter it anyway. Why not? It is the
Bylo, výborně. Blochy z kožucha Černochovi.
new deal at the end of the year. It's a 2-year extension, or rather a 3-year extension to 2027, but also I can trigger a further 2-year extension, which means
Doe Plešinka.
he's contracted till 2029. I mean, we might lose a load of our other players in the upcoming years, but we've got him forever, and that is something to be happy about. Jordan Wilson doesn't feel well himself for the minute. He feels he should be starting more games. His contract is up in a week. Can we just release him? £85. No, he can leave on a free in 6 days' time. Wait, so an under-18s division has been drawn. Does this mean we do now have an under-18s? We do! Oh, okay, well, that's good. I thought all the under-21s were just going to be playing in the under-18s.
Plešinka je trošku smradný, dal se pár parmezány.
Players in the under-18s.
Plešce.
Yeah, we're running on a shoestring budget at the moment. I really thought that the new 4-3-3 was going to offer us more defensively. We've just lost to Chesterfield 6-3. I mean, to be fair, they are a League 2 team predicted to finish 14th. So 6-3 is actually kind of respectable. Wilson again wants to discuss the number of games he's playing. Mate, your contract is literally up in 2 days. I'll pay you £30 to go away. I call that a roaring success. The world has been much better. Okay, it's the 1st of July in game. Season ticket sales are starting to come through, which has seen our bank balance jump up to £76,000. They've got Colchester in a few days. We don't care about that. Also, I have sacked my loan manager. So what we're here for is some loan centre-back options. And immediately, I can confirm there are more options here now. I've got to remind myself, my scouting package is set for UK and Ireland. I've already used half the scouting budget for the year by having this package. So I do need to remember to reduce this before the end of the month. In terms of what we're going to do now between now and the end of the episode, I think my absolute priority is a defensive mid and a centre-back in on loan. All the squad players, I'll go and do off camera, so that next episode we can come back and get into the situation where we still need 10 points from our first 5 games. I think of all the loan options out there, Finley Coleman might be the best one from Newport County. 18 years old, he does not look bad at all. He was already on my radar a little bit. Compared to Liam Francis, a little bit quicker, which I think will complement, of course, Cartwright at the back. I'll make an offer to loan him. I don't have to pay any of his wages, and I can load him to the end of the year. So I feel like at least as an initial option, he's probably the best we're going to find. And the next thing I need is a defensive midfielder. Oldham of League 2 have a couple of players here. There's also Murphy Bennett playing for Forest Green. Who is the best of the bunch when it comes to these guys? I mean, so far, I'm very uninspired by what I'm seeing. To the point where I'm wondering, is this even the best approach? Am I not better off just going out and signing someone on a non-contract deal? Of the more defensive midfielders I've got scouted, Cameron Healy pops up here. He is formerly in Mansfield Town. He's not played a game of football in 5 years. He's now 25 years old. He's actually got really good determination and really good leadership, which might be quite nice to have. Super consistent, loves important matches. How does he compare to Harvey Green, who's that player we picked up already on a pay-as-you-go deal? He's definitely a better option, and he can play defensive mid and centre mid. He only wants to be a fringe player. I'm going to make him an impact sub. What kind of money does he want? He wants £180. Can you do 130? And if you're an unused sub, I'll pay you a little bit more. Please do 130. Wait, Cameron, you've not played football in 5 years. 140, Cameron. 140. Is that a good deal? I mean, he's not a young player by any means. He's a player who I already have scouted. I love his good determination and his good leadership. He's actually a really, really well-rounded player too. I feel like he could be a pretty good centre mid option. The risk is obviously we could just lose him at any point. Okay, good news. Newport County have accepted the offer for Finley Coleman, the centre-back. He could be a really good player to pick up. We will scout him as well. I would like to check his pros and cons before I confirm that deal. I do feel like today has been a very scuffed transfer special. Naturally, with the whole job at risk thing, the multiple board meetings, the ability to no longer sign players on permanent deals, it's kind of torn up all the plans. I've just been doing it live. I hope that my slow descent into madness has been enjoyable, if nothing else. I was just looking through players being offered to me by their agents. Transfer, offer trial, in you come, lads. Been a while since I've done this. This is going to be what my pre-season consists of. So we hopefully sign the centre-back and defensive mid ahead of next episode. Trialling a load of players, signing the ones who maybe look good. A few of them have snubbed me. Should I take some offence to that? Nicky Maynard doesn't want to come on trial. Never mind. Well, we might need a new striking option. Jackson Davis, injured 3 to 4 months. 3 to 4. This pre-season got off to a worse start. And I say start, we're in the middle of it now. Finley Coleman, according to my scouts, is a player who will be very interested in joining us. Slightly concerned about his injury proneness. But if we can sign him on loan for nothing, he'd be a very good pickup. So hopefully he chooses to come to us. No one else has made a bid for him yet. And there's a few teams in the National South who want him, so if he joins us, it could be massive. And just like that, he agrees to come to us. Me and Finley, we're going to get on like a house on fire. He is going to join us as a starting centre-back option. We like the look of him a lot. I don't like to use loans at these lower levels, but given the situation we find ourselves in, I think it's going to be necessary. And you know what? To cap off today's episode, Cameron Healy wants to join us. Been lots of negative stuff happening during today's episode. two big signings that address the two big issues to end the video. Things we love to see. I feel slightly happier now. Today has been a really, really weird video. It's been a longer video as well, so prayers to editing Jack out there who has to make this into a kind of cohesive video. I hope you guys have enjoyed the longer one. If you are a new viewer to the channel, you do get these longer transfer specials towards the end of seasons. During the lower levels, they do tend to be a bit more chaotic and a bit weird, because you're listening to a lot more players and there's a lot more stuff actually chopped and edited out. But nevertheless, hopefully you've enjoyed what you've watched today. Tomorrow, I'll be coming back for the start of the season where I will do a rundown of hopefully a load of new players that have joined us. I really hope that's the case.
Co si dočiel ešte?
We're coming back for the first 5 games of the league season. I think we'll do 3 1 videos.
Gogo, čo si dočiel na záver?
Of course, just as a reminder, I need 10 points from them. Tomorrow's video is really rather important. Hopefully you guys are excited for that video. I will be coming your way tomorrow with transfers, the start of season 2, and hopefully some good news. That would be nice. Until then, take things easy. Hope your day is calmer than my day's been playing Football Manager. I'll talk to you in a bit. I'm out. I feel like if you didn't watch yesterday's transfer special in its entirety, you have no idea what's in store for today.
Koko. Poď sem, došiel si, aby si to robil, oné, hraj. To nedá, z 5 zápasov 9 bodov. To sú 3 výhry. 3 výhry z 5 zápasov, to nedá. Dá možno 2 výhry a 3 remízy. A tomu stačí nebude. A myslím, že ho vyhodia.
Told the board, I'll get 10 points in 5 games.
Tým týmom
That's
šrautov.
my job. Over on the board club vision screen here, it does say job security secure. I do not feel secure in my job. Brian Melvin, yeah, he's happy with all the signings we've made and the fact we won in the first round of the FA Cup. But the promise I made to him does loom over our head. We need 10 points from the first 5 games in the season, or I will be sacked. Plan of attack for today, play the first 3 league games of the year. We need a good start. We really, really need to keep our job. I don't know what happens if I don't win these games. I've made transfers. I think I'm ready. Let's run the intro and chat. What's what going into season number 2? I'm scared. Today, by the way, is episode number 6 here at Rugby Town of Park to Prem, and yeah, scared. Scared is the word I'm going to use, I think.
Nedá. potrebuje vyhrať 3 zápasy z 5. Tak s tým týmom šatov, nevedia kvalitných šmákov zohnať. Vždy majú iba šatov v týme.
A lot today. We need 10 points. That is 3 wins.
Oh, quality.
We can afford 1 defeat in our first 5 games. Now, last episode we did talk about the change in tactical system. We mixed things up. We did confirm the signings of a few players. I have signed a few more. And in fact, if you look at the transfer history here, you'll notice I've not sold anyone. Instead, I've gone mad signing loans. In fact, I've made 5 loan signings since your last year and 1 permanent deal. The permanent deal isn't the most exciting or flashy. Billy Willis joins us on a pay-as-you-go contract. He has some okay crossing. He is a backup right-back option. If we call upon him, he will get a £120 appearance fee for every game. I hope we're not relying on him too much. We got a backup right back in Willis. We needed a backup left back. I've gone and picked up Ross Hutchinson in on loan from Saunchi. He is an interesting player. He's a really well-rounded player. Actually, a properly good left back option. Another Scottish player we picked up on loan is Ben McLernan. This guy is an okay backup striking option. I've very much gone with the mindset of it's better to get in far too many players in on loan where we're not paying their wages and have their clubs recall them back if they're not playing enough versus me not having enough of these players. Ben here, not a bad option, of course. Jovel Jackson Harris is out for another 2 months to start the season. He got a really serious torn hamstring injury during pre-season. So I have been a bit skittish on strikers. Ben is one option in that part of the pitch. The other man we picked up in that area is Taylor Mooney. This guy signed from Bohemians, an Irish striker. Yeah, we now have a trio of Irish strikers. I love Irish attackers, apparently. That is my new football manager fetish, for what it's worth. Taylor Mooney, sadly, only here on loan until December. That is because his contract with Bohemians only lasts that long. I'm going to hope that they maybe extend his contract and then we can obviously extend his loan. Otherwise, he might be a player who we try and sign permanently if he proves his worth. 2 further loan signings we picked up. Max Fidtier is an interesting option available from Southend United. We're not paying any of his wages. If he plays great, amazing. Brought him in to be a squad player. He is just another emergency striking option. The final of the 5 loan players I picked up is Paddy Watts. I was actually looking to sign him last year and then he moved to Wales. And I thought the opportunity to get him in had left us. He is a 19-year-old centre-back option. Really, really good centre-back, actually. You might remember Finlay Coleman, who we picked up from Newport County in on loan. If we just compare the 2 of them side by side, there's definitely an argument to say Paddy is better. I feel like these 2 players are going to be competing for the centre-back spot alongside Cartwright this year. With those signings made, how we're going to line up for this year is as such. Ovendale, of course, was a goalkeeper we picked up during last season. Had an injury with a broken finger, so missed a little bit of football towards the end of things. But he's back in the team. He's had a good little pre-season. Right back and left back, we've got Dutton and Azam. Of course, they were our full-backs last year. Dutton is a little set-piece wizard. At centre-back to start the year, I think I'm going to go with Cartwright alongside Watts. Like I said, Coleman and Watts are going to be battling it out. We'll play things by ear there. In the midfield, one new addition is Healy, who I do more and more like the look of every time I look at him. Of course, has been without a club for the last 5 years. I don't know what he's done in those 5 years. Let me know in the comment section what law you think he's been up to. I reckon he's been a holiday rep in Ibiza. For us, he is going to be kind of our more defensive midfielder option. Healy at 25 years old, I feel like he's going to feel like a bit of a teacher in the classroom because he's got Maycock and Kelly alongside him. Of course, both Maycock and Kelly came through our youth academy. 2 players who I do really like the look of. They are going to be our 2 centre-mid options with free roam to get forward. Neither of them can defend particularly well, but with our attack force that we've got, I feel like they're going to be 2 really big creative sparks. And in the final third, McAvoy, who of course was our top goal scorer throughout the second half of last year once we took over, is back in the team. He did get a hat-trick in our most recent pre-season game. To his right, Gillen is going to be playing, and of course, to his left, Mooney, I think, is going to be the man that we bring in over Jovel Jackson Davis, who, just as a reminder, is out for the foreseeable future. But to be honest, even when he's back, Mooney probably is just better. Now, of course, full focus to start the season is going to be on the league. That is what we're here for today, the first 3 league games. We did play Whittam Town in the FA Cup first preliminary round. We won 8-3. So if you are hoping that our defensive issues were going to have been resolved with the new system, there might be a big fat question mark over that. But let's look at the positives. We scored 8 against a team who do play at the same level as us, albeit in a slightly different division. And I have to look at these stats, look at these performances and think, yeah, you know what? If we can score 8 goals every game, maybe we'll win games. You really would have thought I would have learned after last year that maybe defending's important, but here we are, I'm sticking to my guns. The start season schedule is looking a little bit packed. We've got Sporting Calcer we're taking on today, Walsall Wood and Deeping Rangers. There is this FA Cup preliminary game that we do have. Not going to worry about that one, although the fact we beat Whittam is a bit of a blessing because we were due to take on Stafford Rangers, who were predicted to finish first. But because we're in the FA Cup, that game has been pushed back outside of our first 5 games of the year. So that Whittam win actually did mean something. Our first game of the season today is at home at Sporting Calcer, predicted to finish 16th. For context, we're predicted to finish 5th. We need wins. We need 10 points from the first 5. Let's get off to the best possible start, I hope. Did already run through the starting 11 for today's game. We are pretty much at full strength with the exception of Joggle Jackson Davis, who is out injured. On the bench, we've got a whole host of options. Of course, Finley Coleman, very good backup centre-back option to have. B is the perfect plan B. Been waiting for that pun for a while. He can play left back and right back. Of course, in the centre of midfield, we've got Harvey Green, who can play as a defensive mid and centre mid. We also have Ethan Hilton. These 2 guys are pretty good backup centre mids for our level. And in terms of striking options, I am keeping club legend David on the bench. And alongside him, we have Ben McLernan. Of all the many striking options that I've loaned in, he is the 4th best to be on the bench today. It's tricky, right? Because given our league position, given where we are right now as a club, I do feel like the 10 points from the first 5 games should be achievable. And yet, based on what we saw last year, it's hard to expect anything from this team. Okay, well, there is a kick-off highlight. Make of that what you will. Dutton on the left-hand side. He actually got 2 goals in our FA Cup game against Whittam a week ago. I feel like that game was a nice little confidence booster. Maybe not for my defensive confidence in the players we have at the back, but certainly when it comes to our goal-scoring capabilities, hopefully that is going to be able to carry us, because I think it is where we have our big strength. And Kelly is playing in McAvoy, who scores 31 seconds into this game. Sam Kelly moving into the Mazzala role this year. We've been lacking centre mids over the last few years. Suddenly we have 2 of them, and suddenly one of them is popping up with a beautiful little assist. But make no mistake, that finish was delicious. If you thought that goal was going to mark the floodgates being opened, not quite that. We've not had any more shots since we scored. They've had a few. We're now 22 minutes in, nothing's happened until now. What's at the back? I feel like whenever the ball goes near our defence, there's a big inhale from me of anticipation and fear. Look, it's a new season, it's a new us, but we do still have Wakazazam doing his thing, bringing it forward, gives it to Gillen, options inside. Kelly already has an assist, could pull the trigger, does. Off target. Free kick for us. It is going to be Dutton over it. The left back, he is the non-league set-piece wizard. They call him the non-league John Arisa. He didn't release the Kraken there, he hit the post. Okay, you know what? So far, so good. We don't find ourselves behind. They've not created a lot, and we're actually on the attack again here. Mooney, he's got 14 pace. He's got 13 acceleration. Morris can't keep up with him, and that's going to be a penalty. Who's going to take it? It's the number 4. It's McAvoy. He's already scored 1. He was our top goal scorer last year. How many goals can the number 9 get this year? Well, so far, 2 in this game, 3 in the FA Cup game before this one. It's his 5th of the season already. Set-piece defending was not a strong point of ours last year, so whenever they have a corner like this, I do panic slightly. On this occasion, though, Ovendale up to the task. I do feel like, compared to Hill, who was in goal for us last year, I do actually trust Ovendale in goal. And in fact, you know what? Actually, when I look at this team, this is a team full of players I trust. The ball is flicked on. Is Gillen going to get there? He very nearly did. For a second, I thought we were going to see another penalty or professional foul. Dutton to Mooney, pulls it back. McAvoy has a hat-trick in the first half. One thing I've not mentioned, you might have noticed it, is our pitch looking longer this year? Yeah, during pre-season I got to set the pitch length, and I've made it long, which I think is going to help with our pacey strikers getting in behind. That was my theory. Just going to say it, so far in this game it does seem to be working. Dutton over the corner, short to Kelly, he pulls it to the edge. Mooney is lurking. We'll work on our set pieces in training. That was shocking. Although Azam, Mooney, the long pitch, Gillen's there. It's offside. I can see the flag raised on the far side. Lovely build-up. Play means nothing. Couple of minutes left of this half. We are 3 goals to the good. This is a statement of intent from us. I do feel like we are a team that should be getting promoted now. With the firepower that we've got, with the players that we have at our disposal, we've got a winning machine. And Gillen, who apparently can only score when he's offside. Half-time in this game, you're doing brilliant. It's just more of the same, please, lads. Coming up to an hour played here, we are 3-0 to the good. The momentum really has continued on in this second half as well, which is great to see. It doesn't look like there's going to be any kind of late comeback mounted, although I would really like to get some clean sheets. I know it wasn't exactly our forte last year, but it's something that I feel like we should be working towards. Could be a chance here. Mooney, Gillen, can he finish it? Yes, he can. He's offside again. Can someone explain the offside rule to Gillen, please? Okay, free kick for them. I mean, I don't want to lose the clean sheet. I really would like clean sheets this year. McGrady's over it. McGrady's just the name of a man who can take free kicks, isn't it? It just is. He's scored. It's 3-1. In spite of them scoring, I'm not going to panic. We have been way, way better in this game. I have made a couple of changes. Green and David have actually come in, and instantly they're linking up. And Rio McAvoy has a 4th. That was a weird goal, but I won't complain. I feel like at this point, Rio is just going to save my job. He's got 4 goals in this game. He could want more. We could get more. Kelly, Green, options in the middle, played back to Kelly. Pull the trigger, my son. Hits the outside the post. Sporting Council really are enjoying trying to play the ball out from the back, which is difficult at the best of times in football. At this level, it's more difficult. On this long pitch as well, it means their midfielder even further ahead of their defence than normal. And with our 3 strikers, we have just been harrying them and pressing them and causing them all kinds of problems. Sad that we're not going to get the clean sheet, but from open play at least, we've not really looked like conceding in this game. Why have I said anything? Why have I 4-2, it's going to be fine. There's 3 minutes left. 2 minutes in counting. You might have thought with that last highlight that was going to be the game, but apparently our players have taken it personally. I'm glad. I want more goals, guys. Azam, options in the middle, whips it in. McAvoy misses his header. In fact, he'll get the assist. He did a glancing header. Definitely didn't mean to pass it to Mooney, but the youngster scores on his debut. He doesn't even have a professional deal at Bohemians. He's on a youth deal, and he's on loan at us. But here, right now, he's got his first ever goal. McAvoy's going to claim he meant to assist that. That was definitely an attempted header for his 5th goal. New season, same rugby. It's a 5-2 win. I feel like if we score 5 goals in every game, we'll be fine. Defensively, they were absolutely shambolic. On the whole, pretty happy with how we played. I don't feel like anyone had a really bad game necessarily. McAvoy, 4 goals. I mean, just give him some praise. This guy, he's not the most flashy or exciting of strikers, but he just gets the job done for us. Our next game up is against Walsall Wood. You might remember we played them last season. I think we lost 4-1 on that occasion during the away day. We're away to them again today. Let's see how much progress we've made as a club. We play them in 4 days. I'm going to rest up the players. I'll see you for that one in a mo. I feel like as we play each game in these 5 games where I promised 10 points, we can tick things off. We now only need 7 points from 4 games. That sounds a little bit better in my head. And we are taking on Walsall Wood, who actually lost their first game of the season. We're up in 2nd, of course, down to goal difference. Their media prediction is 6th. Ours is 5th. This could be a trickier game away from home. Rested up the players' condition is great. It's the exact same team that played the last one. Okay, well, we scored in 31 seconds last game. There's a highlight starting after 31 seconds played in this one. We've been off to some pretty hot starts in our first 2 games of the season, the one in the league and then the FA Cup game prior. Are the goals going to continue to flow today? The ball's played forward. McAvoy wins his header, they pass it to Mooney, he's in behind and Taylor Mooney is gifted a goal. The lower league match edge in Football Manager is truly spectacular. You get moments like this. Carey with the Di Canio-esque scissor kick straight to the attacker. We score 1-0. We now have a corner. Azam is over it. Where is Cartwright? He didn't score last game. Shocking from him. He's here now. He's heading over. We've been off to a really good start in this game. We're dominating the play. We've got it again here. Perhaps I promised the players a KFC if we win this game. You know, that each player gets their own boneless bucket. They're playing with that kind of momentum and motivation right now. Corner. What can you do, my friend? I've not called you Kazam yet today. It's a miracle. The ball's back post. Cartwright's there again. He's headed over again. 21 minutes played. We are on, well, I was going to say the attack again. Might be generous, although we are on the attack now. We are penetrating through the middle. Gillen. Options in the middle. McAvoy is one of them. And McAvoy bangs in another. Some really nice, incisive passing here from front to back. Kelly to Gillen. This ball here was perhaps the best of the bunch. Weighted to perfection behind the defender, and McAvoy tucks it away to double our lead. So if we win this game, we need 4 points from 3 games. I'll tell you what, I don't want to get complacent. I'm feeling safe suddenly. Dutton, make it safer, son. The number 3, he's running all the way. Lays it inside. Maycock, Dutton, whips it in. Gillen heads into the ground. And that's one of those new finishes they boasted about in Football Manager, isn't it? If you followed the FM24 match engine kind of build-up where they were showing off stuff, they talked about the headers and the volleys into the ground. We've seen one there. Gillen heads it into the top corner off the floor. Each of our front 3 have a goal. The only one who's not got a goal yet is Cartwright. Where are you? Number 5. There he is, lurking away. Right on cue. He makes it 4. Philip with the ball for Walsall Wood. They're just under pressure constantly. On this occasion, though, they do beat the press. I feel like at 4 goals up, I don't even really care if they score 1. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't want them to score 1. They've scored 1. It's 4-1. It's 4-1. The clean sheet's gone again. Maybe I should just ban the word clean sheet. Maybe I just shouldn't say the word clean sheet. Maybe then it'd be fine. Every time I mention it, we concede. We've got a corner here. Where is Cartwright? Where is he? There he is, lurking back post. Keeper gets his fingertips to it. Mooney dinks it in. Taylor Mooney, you naughty, naughty man. I was thinking I was in the mood for KFC. Now I'm thinking about fish and chips after this chip. Look at this. Half volley. Dinks it over the keeper. They've not got anyone on the line. It's 5. I don't want to say it prematurely. Just give me the trophy now for the league title. Just give me it. We are in a promotion fight. I've decided after, 135 minutes. We scored 5 goals last game. We've already scored 5 goals in this game. We're a goal-scoring machine. It's the 58th minute. It's not even an hour played yet. There's going to be more goals here, isn't there? Kelly can't win that battle in the midfield.
Evo je ali on šelči dával góly.
No, when I said goals, I didn't say they wouldn't score any. Right once when he lays it inside, Manuel scores. It's 5-2. Say what you want about Rugby Town FC. You can't deny entertainment. Whether or not the football itself is entertainment or the goals are scored are entertaining, I'll let you be the judge. Have made a trio of subs in this game, subbed out our 2 young centre mids and also brought Coleman in at centre back. I want to keep players happy with their playing time. I know they did just get a goal at Walsall Wood, but ultimately, at 5-2 with 14 minutes left, I'm feeling pretty good about things. I'm certainly feeling a lot more relaxed than I was going into this episode. Still maybe a little bit of a cause for concern over the number of goals we are conceding, but you cannot deny when it comes to our attacking options and our attacking capabilities, we are a team that score goals for fun and also concede goals for fun. It is now 5-3. Do I need to panic yet? I've just brought in Finley Coleman, the number 14, to be centre-back. I'm not going to throw him under the bus immediately. It wasn't even his man, was it? It was Azam's man. I'm just going to blame Coleman. I hope that's fine. They've got a corner. Don't do it. There's 8 minutes left. Walsall would put it in. It's 5-4. Do I need to panic now? Why did I make a triple change? Why did I do it? Why? I should maybe change something. Right, you know what? The wing-backs on attack don't need to be wing-backs on attack right now, do they? Full-backs on defend. Hilton just plays a deep line playmaker, so you sit a little bit more. Here I was thinking the 5 at the back with 3 centre-backs was the defensive issue. Now I've got all kinds of questions. The good news is, I think, as I stare in the top corner, there isn't going to be any late goals. We are going to get another win. It has just finished 5-4. That was very, very well done. You know what? I'm not going to let the players know that I'm internally screaming. Points target update. Look at that. It's looking quite likely you'll be able to reach the points tally. Thank you, Mr. Brian Melvin. He believes in me. 4 points from 3 games. That feels very achievable. We are now top of the league. We have got this FA Cup game in 2 days' time. Not going to worry about that in this video. Instead, we're going to get straight to the next game against Deeping. Looking at their stadium, it looks poxy. It looks pathetic. They were promoted to this division last year. It should be straightforward. Let's try and make it 3 wins in 3. I wasn't sure I was going to do the away day against Deeping, given the stakes of today's episode. But you know what? Things have gone well, and whilst I am endeavouring to keep videos under 25 minutes, we're not going to achieve that today. Let's go to Market Deeping, north of Peterborough, and see what they've got. Here on the edge of town, next to Wicker World, a home furniture store, we have Deeping Rangers Football Club. It is very, very Lincolnshire. It's in the middle of a load of fields. Tennis courts next door, cricket next door. What street view options do we even have here? Very few. Never seen a car park before where half the parking spaces have been repurposed as bench areas to watch the cricket. But you know what? You do you, Market Deeping. We've got tennis courts next door, and I believe over this fence here is Deeping Rangers Stadium, which is blocked by a bush. I can't go down this road to the left either. I mean, lovely floodlights, really nice floodlights. Just going down here to see if I can get an alternative view of the stadium. I don't think we can. It's through there somewhere. The Hayden Whittam Stadium, I'm sure it's lovely, but I couldn't see it over the bloody hedge, which I've just noticed is featured in the pictures here. I'm giving it a 2 out of 10. The car park was okay, but putting park benches in parking spaces is just a bit weird. Some good news, we have made it through in the FA Cup. I feel like we should probably mention this. Newton Aycliffe, no match for our rotated team, 4-1 win. On to the next round. Of course, we've just gone through the preliminary round. We're now into the first qualifying round of many rounds in the FA Cup. Yeah, it's a while before we get a chance to play any Football League clubs. But the beauty of rotating our team for that last game in its entirety is that for this game against Deeping, we are back at full strength. And now, all our strikers have the cool green lines between them. So you know things are going well here at Rugby. I feel like I'm sat here thinking 4 points from 3 games is doable. If we didn't win this game, 4 points from 2 games was a lot more stressful. So for my own mental well-being and the well-being of the football club, I hope we can keep the winning run. Just for a bit of context, Deeping are currently bottom of the league as a newly promoted team after 2 games. And whilst it's early days, given what we've seen so far today, I'd like to think we absolutely demolished them in this nighttime kickoff. We're under the floodlights. Gillen is in the spotlight. Mooney is there too. It's taken less than a minute. Tell you what, as the ball at the back of the net, these fans in this top bit up here, they look livid. They looked absolutely heartbroken as the ball at the back of the net. Look at them. Gutted. Absolutely gutted. Dutton at left back, by the way, has had a sensational start to the season. He's been assisting and scoring goals for fun. He could be involved in another goal here because Mooney is going for a wonder. He grabs his 5th year. Maycock with the assist. Maycock is listed as our hot prospect at the club, and between him and also Kelly, I've got very high hopes for the future of our midfield, the future of homegrown talent here at Rugby. Both have been involved in goals this episode. Maycock with the assist there. It's 15 minutes into this game. We're on the attack again. To be fair, we were 5-1 up in the last game and it finished 5-4, so I really shouldn't be getting too carried away. But we are looking bloody brilliant right now as Kelly hits it over. Rogers with the ball at left back for Deeping. They're playing with this 3 at the back system. As a team that played with a 3 at the back, they shouldn't be doing that. It just doesn't work at this level. We are pressing, we are harrying, we have won the ball here, and now look at the players we've got surging forward. Maycock, Mooney's on for the hat-trick. What a finish that is for the hat-trick. He spanks it into the bottom corner. Mooney has a hat-trick inside the first 15 minutes. It's absolutely criminal. He's only here on loan until December. I feel like my mission between now and, well, then, is to either sign him permanently or convince Bohemians to extend his youth contract and then loan him back to us. He looks far too good for this level. Timed his run to perfection. Great ball through. And let's just watch the finish again. That was bloody good. Going into this episode, I wasn't really sure what to expect. 10 points from 5 games was high pressure. The players have really stepped up to the occasion. You know, media prediction kind of implies that we have quality, but we have shown that quality. And whilst defensively, we can be better, there's no denying that. The players that we've brought in, the strikers that we have, are scoring goals for 4. It's 4-0. Stop, lads. Stop. They are already dead. They're not stopping. We have no self-control here. The poor Deeping players, they've clocked off work early. You know, they've come to their evening kick-off game against us, and they've turned up for this. Mooney has a 4th. Are we the baddies? I'm starting to think we might be the baddies. Deeping survived the last 14 minutes of that half without conceding a goal. It is, however, 5-0 at half-time. Azam at right back plays it forward to Kelly. I feel like our fullbacks have been very good in this game, and whilst they can leave us exposed at the back when they do wander up the field, ultimately, it's one of the reasons why we're so lethal going forward. Cartwright has concrete in his boots. He's got 4 pace. He was never going to catch up there. Kouassi scores. I suppose I can mention it now. No clean sheet today. Didn't even, you know, imply there was a chance because I knew what was going to happen. They're not going to score another here, are they? Are they? They are. That is ridiculous. It might be the best goal I've seen in Football Manager 2024 so far. Arone just brings the ball forward, the number 2, and then goes, you know what, I'm just going to have a go. Don't have the keepers at fault there, but I'm just going to put it down to a spectacular finish. They've got 2 goals in 5 minutes. At what point do I start to panic? At what point does this become problematic? They're on the attack again. Watts to Maycock. Okay, we have played it out from the back, thankfully. I was expecting us to shoot ourselves in the foot. We could be on the attack here. Mooney wants a double hat-trick at this point. Azam at right back, stepping forward. Kelly plays it across. Dutton, Healy. Don't give away the ball here. We've got so many players committed to the attack. Dutton shoots, is cleared away. Oh my word, they're on the counter-attack. Don't do it to me. Okay, well chase back Dutton. I'll tell you what, heart rate right now is going up and down like mad. Gillen, Azam. Mooney wants the double hat-trick. He's got 4 so far. There's 40 minutes left here. McEnvoy goes down in a heap. They got rid of the option in Football Manager where there's the little pop-up to change your set-piece taker. I'm hoping if I just put Mooney on it now, he will now take it. Also, probably should sell my penalty takers at some point. Is Mooney going to take it? He is going to take it. He's on 4 so far. Can he make it number 5? The number 11. He's already on a 10.0 rating. He steps up. He misses the penalty. Why did I put him on it? I love the fact he's missed a penalty. He's still actually on a 10.0 rating. He's still having a bloody good time. Not even missing a penalty could ruin his day. Azam pulls the trigger. It's 6-2. If there was any hopes of a comeback for Deeping, having scored 2 and then us missing a penalty, I think they've gone there. People probably tuned into this video wanting to see the underdog story of us against all odds saving our job. Instead, we've done too good a job. We've become hateable. Maycock's got the memo. We've given them a penalty. McGinnell is going to step up. Can he make it 6-3? He can. The goals just continue to flow here. I wasn't sure what to expect for the start of Season 2. Lots of pressure under us, but to be honest, we've been mental. I don't know if it's good mental or bad mental. We score a load. Probably should still be worried about the whole defending thing. In spite of that result there, though, is, I assume, going to keep us cemented to the top of the table. 3 games played, 9 wins, plus 7 goal difference. Mooney, man of the match. The fans want him signed permanently. To be honest, I kind of want him signed permanently too. Does he want to join us? No. I do feel like with 2 games remaining and 1 point needed, maybe I don't need to worry about coming back for either of the next 2 games in order to keep our job. I was thinking going into this video, it'd kind of be a 2-part special where we play 3 games, then we come back for the later 2 games tomorrow. But based on where we are right now, just don't feel like it's worth it. I don't feel like I need to worry. Maybe I need to worry about the whole defending thing, but in terms of getting the 1 point we need from the next 2, it should be doable. Right now we are top of the table alongside Lye Town. Just as a little reminder, board expectation for this year is a top half finish. The reality is, though, I need to get promoted this year. If we don't get promoted this year, I won't be able to continue to offer players part-time deals. Today might be the most high-scoring episode in Parks from history. I don't really know how to feel about it. Let me know what you think of the team start to the season down in the comments. What should be the aim for next year? Quite when we're
For the
going
most
back
part,
next
Football
month,
Manager
we'll
is a
play it by
game
ear.
one forgets
There will be an episode tomorrow. I feel like I can confidently say I won't be sacked.
Villa
What's
on
in
my
store?
channel, which, by the
I'll
way,
be
if
back
you
to
want to
find
check
out.
out.
Until
Player
then,
I think
take
many
things easy.
people will
It's me,
say
Jack.
is the most
I'll talk to you
overrated
in a bit.
player in game. It's
I'm
none
out.
other than Marcus Rashford. Now, I'll preface this by saying I think Rashford is a good player. Do I necessarily think he should be the man Manchester United rely upon every season? Definitely not. But he has been a good servant for them for a few years, been one of the better players in their squad. And as you can see in 22-23 season, he was exceptional. He's been an England international with 16 goals and 53 caps. Not bad at all. So he is clearly a good player. But outside of that, I don't think many people would say he's one of the best in the Premier League, whereas Football Manager would go further than that and say he is one of the best in the world. I would argue, maybe outside of Vinicius Jr., if you're trying to look for an inside forward, someone that's going to score goals from the left, Marcus Rashford is probably the best there is. I mean, the guy is electric physically, great pace. He's got really good strength as well, which surprises me. The acceleration, the agility, the mental attributes are all there. 18 flair. I know he's quite a tricky player, but is he necessarily 18 flair worthy? I'm not so sure. His work rate is quite low. He's got great off the ball work, anticipation, decision making isn't the best, but it's still decent. Composure too. But then he's got 16 penalties, 14 passing, 15 technique, 16 finishing, 15 dribbling, 14 first touch. Now, I like Marcus Rashford, but I do not think he is this good. In-game, he is arguably one of the best players in the world, and if you've seen him in Football Manager, you know that if you use him, or there's a team in your league that uses him, he will be one of the best players in the league, season in, season out. Now, I know last season wasn't the best for him under Ten Hag, but even outside of that, I'm comparing this player that we're seeing on screen to the Rashford that did really well the season before, and even where he He just is. Every single save, you will see this guy score incredible numbers. I'm not saying he's not capable of doing that in real life. He has proved he can have the odd season where he does really well. But in Football Manager, it is every year. This guy is insane. This next pick is a weird one because all the players I've looked at so far, I think the wider FM community will all agree with me. Whereas this Patson Daka pick is a bit more of my own knowledge coming in here, a bit more than some of the others. Because Daka, I mean, he might not be the one that you see in FM all the time. His decision making is low, that's fair enough, and he is a hard worker, I can agree with that. His passing, maybe on the high side, but for me, to have crossing at 14 and finishing at 12, I think both of them need to be lowered. I haven't seen him take a free kick for United, so that might be wrong of me. I've seen him hit lots of long shots this season and miss many of them, so I think that needs to be lowered a little bit. But whatever it is, Anthony is just on crack in FM. He seems to be amazing in game, and I just don't think he is, and I think many people agree. In real life, be lowered. The starting attributes need to be lowered too. Unless he somehow manages to recover over the next few seasons, I think Ansu
Slabi su všetci. To čo spravili s tým manažerom? Všetci sú slabí ako hovno. Neviem, nemali slinu v sebe. Šmáci nemali slinu. Kde máte 6. epizódu? To je 5. Tu už mi ukazujete 7. A toto je 6. Dobre.
I can confirm that following on from last episode, we are safe in the job for now. 15 points achieved in 5 matches. We beat Cambridge City 7-4. Brockley did get an assist in that game for them. And then most recently we did win 4-1 again. We are looking very, very good in the league at the moment. With that in mind, I think I'm going to come back after the intro for some FA Cup football. So buckle up, get ready. Maybe we'll be testing ourselves against some slightly higher division opposition. Yes, folks, how is it going? Welcome back to Rugby Town FC. Today is episode number 7. We are in season number 2. Since last episode, I played a whole load of football. Things haven't been flawless. We've been knocked out the FA Trophy. Yeah, let's just get this out the right way now. We got knocked out by Trafford. I didn't think Trafford were going to cause us issues. They did cause us issues. So that is one competition that we are out of, sadly, which I was thinking we might cover today. But we're not out of the FA Cup, the big one. You know, if we win this, we get European football, so that would be good. Probably won't happen. Today, in the second qualifying round, we've been drawn against Warrington Rylands. They actually play in the Northern Premier Division, which is the tier above us. It is the tier directly below the Vanarama National North and South. And whilst they are only just ahead of the drop zone, I'm quite looking forward to them as a test today. And the reason for that is that for the most part, we have been on a bit of a demolition spree until lately. I mean, we've not won either of our last 2 games, but we are still unbeaten in the league. And like I already mentioned, we did win those opening 5 games of the year. And in fact, we ended the month of August with a 7-0 win against Shaftesbury. So apologies, Shaftesbury. Yeah, it was a good at the office for our players. And in fact, in this game, Sam Kelly, man of the match. Things you love to see, of course, he is one of our 2 young prospects we're trying to give a load of first-team football to. It's the only time he's picked up man of the match, but he has been putting in some pretty good numbers here. Those numbers, though, not quite as impressive as Miles Maycox. The 16-year-old right now has 6 assists in 7 games. He did also score in one of our recent cup games to get his first ever goal in the senior team. And right now, he is looking very much at home at the club. He is still on his youth deal at the moment. I believe as of next month when he turns 17, his £20 a week contract will kick in. I look forward to seeing what he spends his extra £15 on of pocket money. Now, to open up September, we did get a really good win against Corn FC. Of course, Corn FC, a team that have caused us some issues in previous times. They were the team that beat me on the last game of last season, which led to me having the board meeting. On this occasion, it had 6-2 win, Jake Cartwright with 2. And besides that, the Trafford defeat, and most recently, the only game we didn't win against Stafford Rangers. Now, we were arguably the better team in this game here. Stafford Rangers were actually relegated down from the league above last year, and they were the favourites for promotion straight back up out of our league. I do feel like they are going to be one of our big rivals this year, or at least I thought they were going to be. They could still be based off this draw, but they were down in mid-table, so I didn't come back for this game. We found ourselves a goal down, and from there, we actually grabbed a couple of goals without reply to take a 3-1 lead. From there, we did bottle it. Yeah, I mean, you've seen the recent score lines. The whole scoring lots of goals, conceding lots of goals. it's still a thing. Yeah, it's not really eased up, and that was very much the case here. Good to see Cartwright get on the score sheet. As you can see, though, at 3-1 up, we looked pretty. We didn't look so pretty with Irvindale coming out like that. I mean, I forgot that happened. That's made me angry to relive. And from there, it did go from bad to worse. 68th minute, Glean found himself in behind, squared it. Morgan with the tap in. I mean, at least we held on for a point. So with our unbeaten start to the season, with 7 games played, we are currently sat with what you can see here, 19 points, 7 games played, 36 goals scored for. That is 13 more than Bromsgrove Sporting, who are currently down in 5th place. In terms of goals conceded, we do still have the second worst defence in the league. In fact, the only team with a worse defence is Deeping Rangers, who haven't won a game yet this year in the league. So with that in mind, I am questioning, do I want to change anything? And one thing I think I am going to try just for this match is try now wing-backs as full-backs on support. Naturally, today, we are taking on Warrington, who play in the league ahead of us. I expect it's going to be a much bigger, better test for us, this one, perhaps compared to some of the games we've had against teams in our own division. If we could get a result here, I think it would show that we're not really just fluking things so far this year. Not that I think we're fluking things. Ultimately, when you look at the updated season preview, we are now tipped to win the league. And I think that is a reflection of the quality that we have and the product we've been putting on the pitch. One of my big concerns at the moment still is that Taylor Mooney, our key player, still on a youth contract with Bohemians, still hasn't signed a new deal, and therefore I can't extend his loan, and also he doesn't want to join me permanently. So I will be very upset if we lose him, because right now he's been our star man. 11 goals in 7 games. The only player who comes close to that is Rio McAvoy, who, as you can see, also has 11 goals. But in terms of average ratings, Taylor Mooney is right up there. Callum Gillan in behind. The 3 Irish strikers for our team, the 3 Musketeers. Yeah, they are the top 3 performing players in the league. I feel like Gillan doesn't get the same praise as the other guys. 5 goals, 3 assists to his name. And any other team, that would be absolutely stupendous. But when you look at our team, yeah, everyone gets goals and assists, really. So my plan for today's episode is to do this game against Warrington. If it goes through a replay, that'll be the second game of today's episode. If we win in this second qualifying round, we might come back for the third qualifying round of the FA Cup, whenever that is. And if we lose this game, I don't know what the plan is. Let's just not lose it. Now, you'll know when it comes to team news for today's game, we are at full strength. I've not really been rotating things that much, which might be a tad bit controversial. I imagine there are maybe a few players unhappy with their game time. But naturally, with how we've been playing lately, if it ain't broke, I don't really want to fix it. And it certainly at the moment is not broken. I suppose I have to concede in saying all of that. Maybe I am trying to fix it by changing the fullback roles. But we are the home side for this game. It maybe gives us an edge. This is a team in the league above us. So if we can get a result here, that would make me feel really, really good about the coming season that we have in our current division, but also about the prospect of sticking with a lot of our current players once we do go up. We've looked very good against teams at our own level. This is perhaps going to be a slightly different proposition, and we're a goal down after 5 minutes. We didn't really deal with this here, did we? It was around the edge of the box for a while, and then it fell to Thurman, who had a little bit of time and space to find a place to put his shot, and in the end, he's found the roof of the net. It's a very good goal. But you know what? We are Rugby FC. Teams do not stop us scoring. It's not physically possible. We could play any team in England, we would score a goal. And I'm confident it's going to happen here, I hope. They have dealt with that big ball forward quite confidently. Of course, we've got our long, long pitch to lump the ball up to our attackers with, and hopefully find some space in behind the opposition teams that we play against. We want to use our physicality and our pace. Not really been on full show in this game early on. It's only the 7th minute, mind you, but we have won the ball back well there. Now Mooney bringing it forward, has Gillen to his right. He's got players ahead of him. Healy, Kelly could pull the trigger, does pull the trigger. Sam Kelly, you beautiful man, 16 years old, playing in that Mazzara role at right centre mid. You might think he'd been under a bit of pressure to find the bottom corner there. Time and space, it opened up for him. He picked the bottom corner out perfectly. There is part of me that feels like maybe I should be tweaking my tactical approach more to stop all the high-scoring games, but there's another part of me that thinks, oh, we are Rugby FC, so I really should be aiming for scorelines that look like rugby scores. So with that in mind, is there anything wrong with having a 7-5, a 6-3 every so often? I think it's fine. Azam with a corner. He's going to go short to the goal scorer, Kelly. He's going to loop it in. Cartwright was lurking away there, as he always is. He's in the shadows, the pylon, looking for the ball on his forehead. On that occasion, we couldn't pick him out, but we do still have the ball here. Maycock switches it. Gillen in behind. Misses the target completely. We have a corner. Where is Jake? Jake, number 5. There he is. He's got his hand up in the air. He is on a yellow card, so don't do anything stupid. He heads it wide on this occasion. Half time here, 1-1. I mean, considering that we go into this game as, well, definitely underdogs if you just look at league position, the way in which this half has gone is pretty impressive for us. They scored that early chance, but from there we steadied the ship, created a ton. We didn't score any of the chances that we created. That's what we need to do in the second half. Now, I know they have talked about changing the FA Cup rules around replays. I'll be honest, I didn't check it before I came into this game. 99.9% sure this does go to an away day replay if it is a draw after 90 minutes. So for away day enthusiasts out there, maybe you're hoping for a draw at this moment in time. I'm going to bring in David for Gillen. Elsewhere, Maycock's not had the best of games. I'm going to bring in Harvey Green for him. It does feel unusual to be on the back foot in 3 games in a row. We drew our last game. We lost the game before that. I knew this one was going to be trickier. In spite of the fact the scoreline is 1-1, I think we have been the better team here. It's the kind of game where, with 20 minutes left, you kind of want to press home your advantage and try and get one over on them. There's 15 minutes left to make it happen. I might do something here I live to regret. I'm telling the wing-backs to go back on attack. We've had a distinct lack of goals here at Rugby Town. It doesn't feel right. We're going to revert back to our ways here in the town of Rugby. This is what we do. This is who we are. Oh, God, they've got a corner immediately. Am I going to live to regret this? Not quite. It's headed over. 6 minutes left, plus any added time, of course, of which there might be a little bit here. It's been a game with plenty of, attacking highlights, it feels like. Players answer the ball to get out of play and add a bit of time to the clock. We are the team in control, it feels like, but can we find the breakthrough? Dutton lays it back to Cartwright. Of course, we are now playing with our wing-backs further up the pitch. Dutton finding himself in behind the wing-back, cuts inside, could go on his lonesome. His shot ripples the roof of the net. I was about to say, I think this could be going to a replay. Don't take your seat. Don't start packing up for the away day, because it might not be over yet. Mooney has the ball for us on the far side. He was absolutely heroic last episode. He lays it to Green. Maybe Mooney could be the hero again here. Green hits the exact same spot on the roof of the net. 2 minutes of added time, and I hate to say it, but unless we score the last chance of the game, it's going to a replay. This would be a missed opportunity. A team in a superior division to us. We push them hard. Green pulls the trigger again, and this time his shot hits the crossbar. It's the final bit of action for the half. We couldn't quite pull off the upset. I'll tell you what, that was not a bad performance by any means. Kind of nice and interesting to see Cameron Healy get man of the match. I feel like he's a player whose average rating is just kind of muddied by the fact we're so attacking. He is, of course, our defensive midfielder. But in this game here, he got an assist. The 25-year-old did his bit. Sadly for us, one of the rare occasions so far this year where none of our strikers showed up. And of course, I can confirm as we now leave this game does indeed go to a replay. You can see here, I have been asking the board to increase the junior coaching budget. In fact, recently, if I go to this screen here, I asked them to improve the youth recruitment. They have granted that request. So we've got slightly better youth recruitment. I don't think that star's updated yet. I will plead with them for the junior coaching budget, please. I can't stress how important I believe this is. They've decided to grant my request. You know what, Brian? I thought you were a bit dodgy after last May. I'm coming around to the idea you might not be a bad chairman. Junior coaching budget increase. That is going to be good for our long-term development of talent here at Rugby Town. Players played well. Good result for us there. Elsewhere, loads of teams in our own division just played a load of games, and because of that, we've dropped down to second. Now, unfortunately for us, we actually take on Warrington in 3 days' time in the replay. There's no rest for the wicked. We have got an away day to look forward to now. I don't think I'm going to rotate the team for that upcoming game, but what I will do is rest the players and join you in just a moment for an away day in Warrington. As if there wasn't already enough on the line going into this next game against Warrington, the winner of this second qualifying round will take on Scunthorpe United of the National League North away from home. So, if I won the away day to Glanford Park, which it's 9,000 seats, it'd be the biggest stadium we've been to in a while, and Scunthorpe, of course, a former championship club only about 15 years ago. If we want that, we need to win this game here. Before that, though, the very small matter of a trip to Warrington, halfway between Liverpool and Manchester. Warrington resides, and if I'm not mistaken, having definitely not checked beforehand, Warrington Rylands Football Club play just here. I mean, this looks quite leafy and nice. There is a train line that runs alongside the stadium. It's not the biggest ground in the world. In fact, it doesn't really look like the stadium pictures at all. Are you sure this is the right team? I was under the impression that this ground had a stadium. In fact, I think it does. Is this satellite footage just out of date? I have no idea. Maybe Google Street View can provide us some answers where... I'll tell you what, we really are on a barren run, aren't we, for the Park to Prem fans out there. There is a singular street next to the stadium. Can we see anything? Here is Rylands Recreational Superb Function Suite. Please change the font on that sign. By 1998 of cool, they want their font back. The home of the Ryland Sharks. I mean, are we in the... Is this definitely the right place? I'm pretty sure this is the right place. I can confirm this is the right place. I did literally just go and check it. You can see here there is definitely some signage and stuff in 2019, but this road that runs alongside the stadium only has footage from 2009. And if we peek over the fence here, this is clearly a football club that's grown a lot in recent years because they are literally playing in a park as of 14 years ago. I mean, I want to say let's judge the facilities. It's literally just a field. I mean, there is the dugout. There is a singular dugout. Is that just for the home team? Do the away teams just have to stand up somewhere else? I mean, you know what? The stadium might not offer a lot. There must be other stuff going on around here. We've got some lovely terrace houses to the back and graffiti. Graffiti. Tracy Williams something. What is Tracy Williams? I need to know. Tracy Williams is a grass. More news at 6. Just getting my... Yeah, there will not be news at 6. See, this is the thing with away days. Sometimes they're very good. Sometimes they're very not good. Is this really it? I will just explain. The reason I'm confused is because I've gone on the Warrington Rylands website just to check. Like, their stadium does actually, like, have a stand and stuff. Like, there is... Although it is just gazebos. Those are the same houses behind as well, aren't they? We really are going detective mode here. But like from this angle, there's definitely like a permanent building, but we can't even see it on the satellite view. I guess the satellite view is just out of date. But I can only judge it on what I saw on Google Earth. So this is a tricky away day. I'm almost scared to give it a score. I will just say the reason why there is like this placeholder picture is because in my stadium picture pack, which let's be honest, if I flick through other teams, it seems to have every other stadium in the world other than the Warrington pitch. I mean, look at this one. Bamber Bridge have got a rainbow over their pitch. But yeah, Rylands Recreational Park doesn't have a picture. So is it even a real stadium? It could just be a big conspiracy. I refuse to give it a score today. I feel like if we are potentially going to run away with the league, which could happen, this is the cup competition. It could give us a fun little distraction. I'd be a little bit disappointed if it came to a screeching halt in this game here, but I am a little bit concerned. We missed an opportunity by not securing things in the home game where we were the better team. We're away from home now. I have rested up the players. We are going to stick with this full-strength lineup. I feel like the team cohesion's there. The players understand one another. And you know what? I'm going to go for a halfway house. I went from wing-backs on attack to full-backs on support. Why not just try wing-backs on support today instead? If there is anyone from the Warrington area who isn't a rugby fan and follows the football club who wants to enlighten me as to what's gone on in recent years, I would actually like to know. I am surprised the satellite footage appears to be out of date, but then is it just gazebos? Is there a permanent building I was just blind to? No idea. Answers on a postcard. Let me know. I'll let the players here know that we mean business by getting an early goal. Oh, my word. I mean, Gillen missed some easier chances than that last game. He's just scored from an impossible angle. Hasn't really dawned on me until now that taking on Warrington, a place that is known for their rugby team, whilst managing Rugby Town, it's something just a bit odd, isn't it? That is a ridiculous finish, by the way. They are playing this 4-4-2 system, Warrington, and whilst it does leave us a little bit exposed when their wider players overlap with one another, it is going to leave them, I think, a bit exposed at the back. There's going to be no defensive mid to kind of snuff out the service to our front three. And on top of that, 3 strikers lining up against their 2 centre-backs, I think, could be an imbalance that really worked in our favour. Speaking of which, maybe it could happen here. Gillen, the goal scorer, running into a wide area. Players inside, 2 to pick out, could hold it up. Does hold it up. Healy arrived late. He couldn't finish it. But McAvoy is there to make it 2-0. We've got a second goal. We didn't manage that in the home game. Apparently, I guess our players really want to go to Scunthorpe if the next episode and for an away day. I mean, they've clearly never been to Scunthorpe themselves. I've been there before. Depressing place. for lack of a better word. No disrespect, people of Scunthorpe. I'm sure I've told this story before. I've been to many football matches in my time. Scunthorpe is the place where I got the most thorough patting down whilst entering the away end, which, I don't, is that a reflection on me? Do I look dodgy? Maybe. Who knows? We've got another chance here. I wouldn't mind a third goal. Where is Cartwright? We go short. Kelly, Azam, option at the end. Maycock, let him cut. He finds the bottom corner. It's 3-0. Gonna say it now, game over. For all the people who tell me, Jack, don't have the wing backs. You know, just put the full backs on defend. Be sensible. Look what happens when I let them be free. Wing backs are the future, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it means that we can't defend, but we get goals, and goals are bloody fun in football. At least I think they are. Be a bit concerning if I didn't think that, given our approach here at rugby. Always, well, switched over. I suppose at 3-0, whilst it's easy to say game over, it's not necessarily over yet, although maybe our players want to put a nail in the coffin. McAvoy has Mooney inside. Mooney, goal at his mercy. It's 4-0. After the atrocious finish that we just saw in the previous game a matter of days ago, what has happened here? What did our players have for breakfast? Like, they just seem hungry. Just as a reminder, this is a team that play in the division above us. They are a good little team. I wonder if they're struggling a little bit with fitness, given the fact the games are so close together. Of course, I have been resting my players and rotating the team a tiny bit, not massively, but especially at these lower levels, the game certainly can catch up with players. Going to tell the players I'm very happy. I mean, be a bit concerning if I throw a water bottle, wouldn't it? We're 4-0 up against the team in the division above us. This is great. We've scored again. Sorry, I was not expecting a goal. Azam's put it in on Watson's headed it in. A bit of context here. There was a weird highlight, and Football Magic sometimes has these weird highlights. It was saved and went out for a corner. I thought, that's the end of the highlight. We're going to get a pointless corner. No, we've scored a fifth. I've really gone full of blown Chris Kamara there, haven't I? Like, I didn't even know there'd been a goal. What scored it? It's 5-0. If there was any hope of Warrington coming back in this game, I think those hopes have just evaporated early on here. And for the little bit of the ball they're having right now, it's not going to make up for things. My big question mark is, where was this level of performance last time out? And also, could we get a clean sheet? No. It's 5-1. Being good defensively is overrated anyway. There's a corner, Dutton's over it. 11 corner taking, it's whipped back post. Watts is under it. Can he keep it alive? He can. McAvoy scores, it's 6. I don't know why their players didn't react there, but I'm not going to complain. Suppose I probably should just make some subs at this point in the game. David, you know what? You've not played in a little while. On you come. Would it be unsporting to start chanting, we want 7? I feel like 7 is on the card. 7 would be good, lads. Can we get the conversion? Azam, Mooney's down the line. Did he time his run well? He scored. He's onside. It is 7. So what we've learned today is if we want to have a normal game of football, we just play fullbacks on support and we'll get a 1-1. If we just change them to wingbacks, we get 7-1. I mean, it could be more. There is still 10 minutes left in this game. Warrington have had, what, 1 shot on target? We've had 28 shots, 14 on target, I think it just said. We are on the attack again here. Azam down the line. David, he stayed on side. He's timed his run well. He's made it 8. There's 5 minutes left. David's over a corner. He wants another. Watts has got another. We're on for 10. Okay, there's 2 minutes left. I do want a 10th goal. I think it might be a bit beyond us. But against a team in the league above us, we've just won 9-1. It is worth looking at their players' fitness levels here. Their players were absolutely dead on their feet. I don't know if I've ever seen so many players get a below a 6 rating. An awful day at the office for Warrington. We did score every single shot that we had on goal, it felt like, but we have won here 9-1. Nice work, everyone. That was good. I mean, perhaps the understatement of the year, but I'm happy. And with that result there, I can confirm that we have a trip to Scunthorpe for the 28th of September. No one's ever been that excited about a trip to Scunthorpe. For long-time Park to Prem viewers, we didn't quite super sport Warrington, but I feel like 9-1's as close as you're going to get. And to do that against a team in the league above us is crazy. Having not won in 3 games, not a bad way to get back on track. Next time out, a proper test. A Vanarama National Northside in Scunthorpe. Hopefully you guys are excited for it. That game is less than 2 weeks away from me. I'm going to rest up the players. We're going to get ready to go again. And I'll see you guys for that one next time. I'm out.
Best tactics. Als je formatie stelt, ze welke houden. si víc teď co, nějaký jsou unavený. Ty sú úplne hovno, profesoráka, ty sú úplne zaostali piče skurvený. Jediné čo vie, že dráždiť. Budem si vysať kocu. Prečo som taký unavený. Keď nejaké pikočky zapamätajte, si mám vysať do kocu. Asi z toho tepla. Čo sme taký vyčerpaní. Mám si z toho teplo.
I hope you are ready for today's episode. I hope you're buckled up, fastened tight, and ready for a trip to Scunthorpe. I'm trying to make this sound more exciting than it is. It's Scunthorpe. That in itself isn't exciting. The fact it's the FA Cup third qualifying round, though, is exciting. And the fact we are taking on the team who are predicted to finish top of the Vanarama National North means that today we really are going to have a test. Plan of attack for today, hopefully get through in the FA Cup, and following on from that, where we will probably lose, we actually have a rather big game against Bromsgrove Sporting. They are currently third in our division. A win against them would be a really good statement of intent. Things have been going well so far in Season 2 at rugby. Let's see if we can keep that going today, but not before we run the intro. Yes, folks, how is it going? Welcome back to Rugby Town and welcome back to Park to Prem. Hopefully you guys are all ready for things today. Looking forward to this game because we've had a reasonably easy run of things, I feel like, for a lot of this season. You know, in the league, things are going well, but ultimately today, Scunthorpe is going to be a proper test. And beyond that, playing against a team away from home who are currently third in the league should actually be a proper test of our abilities. Now, since last episode, one game played. It was against Shepshed Dynamo. They did ruin the clean sheet. Again, of course, they ruined the clean sheet. Kenny there, by the way. Lovely little goal by him. He had a really good game in this one. But yeah, we were not completely in control of this game. It wasn't in the middle of the break, but a flurry of goals was nice. But as is the way here at Rugby Town, we can be 3-0 up in the 90th minute. We will still find a way to concede. Lots of the build-up play coming via our wing-backs. For this goal here, Gillen just with a really, really nice finish in the 87th minute. I thought, genuinely, the clean sheet's coming. It wasn't coming at all. Zangala running down the right-hand side. He would put the ball into the middle. And, well, I want to blame someone. Do we middle? Maybe. So with that result there, in spite of the fact that we have played a game less than we are back at the summit of the Northern Premier League Division 1 Midlands. Try saying that 3 times quickly. Yes, Lytown sit behind us by 1 point. 1 point behind them is Bromsgrove Sporting, who we take on later today. Right now, things are looking pretty good in the league. Now, naturally, I am emotionally preparing myself for the fact that things are probably going to wrap up in the FA Cup. I think for this year, the aim is to go on an FA Cup run and then really focus on the league. We have got the Northern Premier League Challenge Cup. I'm not that bothered about winning it, to be honest. Nah.
Maapin na. Manave. Dan kun je net breien. Ook. Die credits zien. Kan hebben.
I've seen in the comment section a couple of people mentioning the fact that maybe this year when it comes to domestic league games, things are going to be straightforward. I am somewhat conscious of that. So if we were to get knocked out of the FA Cup today, I think the plan of attack would be to get through this season in reasonable time. We take on Leitao, who of course are in second in November. Beyond that, maybe we come back to the youth intake, maybe in January if there are transfer bits going on. But especially the league season going how it is at the moment, and I hope I'm not saying this all prematurely, really we should be making it out of the division in top spot this year. Saying all of that, today's first game at Scunthorpe, probably not going to be the easiest of games. They are a very, very good team. Alex Revel is their manager. Cal Roberts is their key player. If you want an idea of how good their key player is versus ours, here he is. He's on £1,200 a week. And if we do just compare him with... Who would I compare him with? Taylor Mooney. You know what? Let's compare him with Taylor Mooney, who still hasn't signed for us. You can see here the head-to-head comparison. Whilst in terms of pace, he might be able to match Cal Roberts does edge him out in literally everything else. And in fact, Taylor Mooney is still listed as our key player here at the club. Just a reminder. He's in on loan until his contract ends in Ireland. I'm hoping that if Bohemians don't sign him on, we can maybe pick him up. But just as a little reminder, I can't sign him right now. And even if I could sign him, I can't sign him on a part-time deal. Anyway, to kick things off today, we are going to do an away day to Glanford Park. I know in real life, Scunthorpe have had a lot of ownership issues. They were at one point not playing at Glanford Park, I believe, or at least that was the plan. I understand that they are back at that stadium now. It holds 9,000 fans. I went there over a decade ago in real life. Let's see what it looks like over on Google, shall we? So for today's away day, we are heading east, and we are heading to kind of my neck of the woods. I am from Lincolnshire originally. Scunthorpe, it's north of Skegness, it's north of Mablethorpe, it is north of Cleethorpes, I think. Where is Scunthorpe? Here it is. I knew where I was going. And on the edge of town, off to the left, nice and easily labelled, is Scunthorpe United Football Club. So here we are at Glanford Park. First things first, car parking. They've got lots of disabled parking, which we love to see. In fact, of course, this is the biggest stadium we've been to for an away day so far. 9,000 people come to this ground. I'm going to praise them for the fact that car park appears to have painted lines. The actual quality of the concrete and the asphalt maybe slightly up for debate. I mean, I assume this bit over on this side where it's all nice, this is where all the players park, presumably for training and stuff, and where all the staff and managers are able to roll up. I mean, in terms of away days we've done so far, it is the one that most closely resembles an actual stadium. And you got a Costa Coffee and Subway next door. Not quite a KFC Subway, I'm afraid to say. Although, you know what? Ignore that. There's a Burger King and Taco
Koľko má?
Bell.
8 míst do prdel.
I realise I've praised this stadium really
Oh,
highly.
shit.
I can't see any roads immediately around the stadium.
Takže dneska to boli vtáci. A teraz pingvin. No. Len skutočná teplota. Skutočné dusno. Niečo úplne. Čo ma chcel? Toto. Fakt. Mhm. Just so this is dumb. Čas vyjazdiť na šterku, ale predtým si ešte pozrieme Francúzsko, Španielsko. Vyhrajú Španieli. Španieli vyhrajú teda. 2-1. Tvrdo. A samozrejme rázne. Kto dal góly? Kedy padali góly? Dani Olmo. Oni vyhrávali, ty kokos. Tri góly padli v 9, 21, 25. No nič, ideme. Nejaké pikočky, zapamätajte si. My ideme na štrku. Môžem toto ešte kliknúť, aby som nepovedal, že sú pictures. Na štrku. Takže vyrazíme na štrku a uvidíme, čo bude.
So I am now nervous clicking on this. Scunthorpe United. What can you show me? Oh no, this. I'll tell you what, the away days have been weak so far. I was really hoping that Jack Brownswood Way would be a place where we could actually view the stadium from, but maybe we could look at it through the trees. It's over there somewhere. I can assure you of that. And also, they have got the Scunthorpe colours on the stand. I mean, it's not a looker of a stadium, is it? I was really excited for today's away day, and Scunthorpe, they've just let me down, genuinely. I mean, can we look at it from the motorway? No, this is just a waste of time, isn't it? For the away day purists out there, Scunthorpe, enemy of the away day. I think it's official. Glanford Park, didn't even get to really look at it. Hard to give it a score. 2 out of 10. Don't worry though, because our next game against Bromsgrove Sporting is also away from home, and surely the Victoria Ground isn't going to be as disappointing. as whatever we just experienced was. Now, so far this year, and I can only assume this is just down to the fact we don't train as much, I've not had that many injuries. I feel like in Football Manager, when I was managing the Premier League, I was getting loads of injuries. With only 4 training sessions a week, players just don't seem to get hurt. Probably jinxing that now. Speaking of hurt players, Jackson Davis, remember him? Yeah, he's been injured for most of the season to start things off. He actually has passed the fitness test today to play 45 minutes. If Taylor Mooney isn't possible to extend the signing of, Jackson Davis here is the man who will have to step up. So would like to give him some minutes off the bench. Whether or not they'd come in this game remains to be seen. And if you were wondering, Jack, are you going to be sensible and more defensive today? Who do you think I am? Of course I'm not. Look, we've been in some good form as of late. To step up in this game would be massive. Of course, if Scunthorpe really wants to be an enemy of the away day, they'll draw and force us to a second leg in our own stadium for the second game of today's episode. I want to hope that won't happen because we'll win in 90 minutes. Based on the fact they've just hit the woodwork inside the first 2 minutes, maybe I should recalibrate my expectations. Oh God, they've got a man who can do long throws. Ogle, he's even got a scary name. Roberts goes down in a heap. Referee, he dived. We've got more defending to do here. Ogle, Roberts in the box. He's dived again. Does Roberts know how to stand up? He knows how to put the ball in the back of the net, and I guess that's more important than standing up. We dealt with the initial set piece. You know, he fell over once. I thought, well, that's going to be fine. And then he just smashed into the bottom corner. We're a goal down after 3 minutes. They've got a corner again here, Butterfield, over it. You know when we won 9-1 last episode? Are we about to feel the reverse side of that kind of result? Because it's 2-0 after 5 minutes. You know, when you're going into a game against upper league opposition and you know things are going to be tough, you need to keep things at least slightly defensively sound to start. Steady yourself. There has been no steadying here. It's like we've started the pre-drinks and we've drank too much too quickly. We might not make it out for the night on the town. We might just be stuck over our own toilet in our flat. That's the kind of night we're having at the moment, although maybe we're going to get a second wind. Maybe, you know, the alcohol is going to clear through our system and we will be able to hit the dance floor. Gillen shoots. He was offside. It wouldn't have counted anyway. Scunthorpe. Ding the ball forward. Law is bringing it into our penalty area. This is scary, isn't it? Pulled back. Davidson. Taylor Sinclair. Butterfield. Makes it 3-0 after 15 minutes. Last episode when we beat a team in the league above us 9-1, I'll be honest, after the episode I got very giddy. I got very excited. And the next couple of seasons are going to be easy. This is probably a minor reality check for us. They're on the attack again. It's the 24th minute. Stop. Stop. Have some mercy. They've hit the woodwork. I mean, it's not away from danger yet either, is it? Is it away from danger? Maycock. It's away from danger now. Breathe. Now, I will say, in spite of the fact that we are 3-0 down after half an hour, they have only had 3 shots on target to an XG of 0.67. It's not like they've completely destroyed us in this game. Their finishing's just been good. And you know what? We could score 3. But we do actually have to hit the target for that to happen. Dutton with a corner for us. He is going to whip it in. Cartwright is going to head it goalwards. And that there is free. It's not 3-1. It's been disallowed. For a second, I thought we were going to turn the ship around. We were about to find our noses back ahead. It's not happened. They've taken the lead. And now, are they going to just score? It's 4. It's 4. Why did I say anything about Cal Roberts diving? Half-time here against Scunthorpe. I regret being so passive-aggressive to the place of Scunthorpe. Clearly the team heard me. I mean, it's 4-0. It doesn't really feel like a 4-0 kind of game, but that's what the scoreline says. I can't really argue with it. What was that? Get your acts together. I mean, we really are being humbled. This game does have the energy of a game where you've been playing at youth football level, doing really, really well against teams of your own age group, and then you play against a team 2 years above you, and they just stuff you, and you feel bullied. And you know what? I feel like I should probably make some changes. If we could get 1 goal back, maybe I'd make changes to actually try and get a result. Mooney cuts inside. Gillen misses it again. Okay, I have made a triple sub. I've just bought on some fresh legs. Gillen has been hauled off the pitch. He was that bad. Unfortunately, those subs are yet to go through, and Scunthorpe are still on the attack here. Wilson dinks it. Law takes it down. He's one-on-one. Difficult angle. Doesn't matter. He's scored it. It's 6. It's 6. I've just stopped commentating now. Dutton, get the ball into the middle. Mooney takes it down, scores. I mean, at least we've scored a goal. Look at the silver linings. We are only losing the second half 2-1. I'm going to look at that for a crumb of comfort. Could we get another goal? Could we double our tally for this game? 6-2 sounds slightly better, doesn't it? Is that going to count? But no, the linesman's flags up. Okay, well, it's probably 6-1. There's 2 minutes left. If you were dreaming of us going on a big FA Cup run this year, sorry to disappoint. It really hasn't happened here, hasn't it? I still don't know how it's finished 6-1. Look at the match stats. Like, genuinely, did Ovendale just forget to pack his goalie gloves? That's what I'm wondering right now. You weren't good enough. We have to do better. I mean, if there is a silver lining, at least now we can focus on the league. I do wonder if we'll get a little bit of money from the attendances for this game, although looking at the stadium in the background, it wasn't exactly a sellout. Oh, we get £2,000, well, not even £2,000 for losing in that third qualifying round. In terms of the overall bank balance, I do think that has jumped up by like maybe 30k based off that game. Scunthorpe, obviously one of the bigger teams in the Vanarama National League. That is at least something I can celebrate as a result of that game. Okay, that first game, let's be frank, it was a write-off. I can claim I'm happy for the payday. We got absolutely destroyed. We're going to hope that we can repay the favour to Bromsgrove. We take them on. They're in third. That game is 4 days away. I'm going to rest up the players. We've got another away day to do. I'll see you in a moment. Let's look at the positives today. At least we get 2 away days. Yes, the game against Scunthorpe was awful, but now we get to head to Bromsgrove, which is definitely south of Birmingham, and I definitely knew where it was. Ignore the fact that above my head, kind of on the sidebar, Bromsgrove might have been Googled. I might have had to check where it was. Never been to Bromsgrove before. Sorry, I've just moused over Finstool here by accident. What is going on with this picture? What?
26, 20 zase studeného držgaša, ďalšieho studeného držgaša. Jedného z posledných studených držgašov dneska, jedno z posledných studených držgašov. Ako to spravíme teda? Dáme si studeného držgaša? Dáme si asi čo? Studeného držgiho. Táto čo?
Let's go.
To čo má na sebe smiešne?
We need yapping emote? Yes, we do because I yap a lot. I didn't even realize it. Co se tam stalo, jaký rejt? That's not hypocrisy, that's base. It's stupid. It's stupid because guys are literally just being against women, you know? It's like you almost do not want to even like it's, you know, it looks like most guys don't even like women, which is extremely concerning.
Čo za pičusko?
It's like such an annoying thing.
No nič, prišiel čas na ďalšieho studeného držgaša.
Hey, why did that change twice? Would you see that? The cannon changed focus twice. Bro, that was wild.
don't know if I can actually group up and do much right now on the other side of the map. Maybe I just try and take this turret.
Bude to muset jako narezať. No než ďalší stojový držgač. A ďalší stojový držgač.
I mean, the enemy team pretty bad. I don't know what they're doing. Holy fuck, that guy's bad. Wait, this silence is really, really fucking bad. What the fuck was that, bro? You decided to just go in 1v4 or what? I don't get it. Ooh. I mean, okay. What the fuck? Wait, when I lived that, and then the J4 and the Nami bolt, this is what I mean, like, how embarrassing is this, man? Like, you guys are, that is embarrassing. I lived the fight, right, and then they're both like, oh, we need to die. Like, holy shit, you people suck. What the fuck? You're like as bad as this fucking Silas is. I mean, everybody in the CLO is bad, but... This is disgusting. I don't even know what to say about this shit. Like, dude, like, what's he doing? Are you good? Like, what is wrong with you? Are you okay, bro? Dude, I feel like lower level players are like more concerned about weird shit than anybody else. Ah, okay. Okay. I kind of want to get tabbies, but... Or not tabbies, merc treads. What the? My J4 is top? Man, how'd you die top, bro? Dude, League is such a funny game. I literally made 0-9 this game, and I'm still the only one playing the game to win. League is, dude, this game is funny. Like, Nami could have literally 1v or 2v3'd him with me. She has every cooldown. But she just ran. You see what I mean? By like, these players aren't trying to win? It's violence. Because if Nami walked up with me and gave me her E, I would have insta-killed the Karma. Then she just R-Qs the Silas, and then we kill the Silas after. Like, it's literally just, we insta-kill these two because they're both melee. We insta-kill Karma with Nami's Mandate. She has Mandate. So she just E's me, R's behind me to stop the two melees, and then we insta-kill both. But for some reason, they don't want to, like... Nami doesn't want to actually play the game. She just wants to stand there and do nothing. Like, I wouldn't even care, but, like... It's such a waste of time. I mean, we should just engage on this. Like, what are we doing? Go in. Holy fuck. Like, my Jarvan is just watching.
Slušna zóna.
Like, I'm just watching my team watch everybody die. Yeah, like Jhin is standing right here, just autoing me, right? Jarvan's standing right here, not going in. He finally goes in, Jhin insta-dies, we win the fight. Why are these people so scared to just engage when the enemy's being stupid? It's actually wild. Playing AD carry in this elo is wild because these people are really bad.
Dobre, čas to ukončíme túto tematiku, dobre? Čas to ukončiť, dať a pol ten segment.